Chapter 1244. Strange Black Chi. I will be the core of the 10-direction annihilation array, and all of you will be the foundation of the array. Take these 10 yuan crystals in your hands and distribute them at 10 different locations around the gully. I will guide all of you to complete the 10-direction annihilation array from the sky above the gully. Master Mu Feng waved his sleeve as he spoke. 10 pitch-black yuan crystals flew out from his sleeves and headed towards Elder Huaxia, Yi Wuxin, and the rest of the 10 intermediate D-level practitioners. The 10 of them kept the yuan crystals and nodded towards Master Mu Feng. Then they rushed forward and stood at 10 different locations around the gully, their eyes quietly focused on Master Mu Feng as they waited for the latter to unleash the 10-direction annihilation array. Master Mu Feng took a step forward and rushed to the sky above the center of the gully. His sharp eyes quietly looked down at the gully. Following Master Mu Feng's line of sight, many people also threw their gazes towards the depths of the gully. Zhuowen was no exception. He saw that there was a churning black fog lingering in the depths of the gully. The strange thing was that this black fog would occasionally form countless human faces that whizzed in all directions. Mournful wails and howls filled the surrounding space. Is this the soul-extinguishing array that Master Mu Feng mentioned? Zhuowen's gaze turned grave as he looked at the howling black fog within the ravine. After all, he was a rank 6 Arcana Master. Just from the aura of the soul-destroying formation, he could tell that it was not weak at all. In fact, it could even be said to be very powerful. He clearly understood that if he were to barge into this soul-extinguishing array alone, it was likely that he would be doomed. At this moment, Master Mu Feng's hands continuously formed complicated seals. An invisible strange energy was transmitted from the seals formed by his hands. After which, he shouted, "Everyone inject your energy into the yuan crystals. I will now set up the 10-direction annihilation array." Mo Yen, Bai Yen, Elder Huaxia, and the rest did not dare to be negligent. All of them followed Grandmaster Mu Feng's instructions. Their right hands formed into sword fingers and pressed on the yuan crystals in their palms. Immediately, an enormous amount of yuan power surged into the yuan crystals. Waves of energy spread in all directions. Soon after, the 10 yuan crystals shot out countless black threads. These black threads were like swimming snakes as they rushed toward Grandmaster Mu Feng at the center. Under the guidance of Grandmaster Mu Feng, they intertwined with each other in midair. Finally, they weaved into a black thread ball that was dozens of feet in size. On the surface of the black silk ball, waves of destructive power surged out, causing many of the surrounding warriors to be slightly moved. The black silk ball looked ordinary, but the destructive power that it revealed was extremely terrifying. "Destroy!" Grandmaster Mu Feng shouted in a low voice. His right hand formed into a claw and grabbed the black silk ball, after which he violently pressed it downwards. The surface of the black silk ball emitted a strange zzz sound. Instantly, it was shot downwards by Grandmaster Mu Feng. At the instant when the black silk ball finally reached the soul annihilation array, the destructive power contained within it completely erupted. Instantly, the destructive power was like raindrops that filled the sky, instantly enveloping the soul annihilation array. Boom, boom, boom. A monstrous explosion spread in all directions like a monstrous tsunami. The churning black fog within the soul-extinguishing array began to churn intensely. Countless human faces appeared. They bared their teeth and spat out a strange black energy. It was as though they were resisting this frightening destructive force. The cries of ghosts and howls of wolves were like a compressor spreading around the entire gully and resounding in the ears of the surrounding people. It actually caused many warriors to feel pain in their eardrums, and they could not help but cover their ears with their hands. Some warriors with low cultivation almost fainted, and traces of blood flowed out of their ears. The destructive power of the 10-directional annihilation array was extremely terrifying. However, the soul annihilation array that existed within the ravine was even more terrifying. The two of them were in a deadlock in midair for a moment, with neither side giving way to the other. Grandmaster Mufong frowned slightly. He suddenly pressed down with his right hand. Tens of thousands of mental energy rushed out and gathered on the annihilation ball from all directions. Immediately, the ball of annihilation suddenly exploded. An even more frightening annihilation force spread out in a ring-shaped manner in all directions of the soul-extinguishing array. In the end, it created a continuous explosion sound. Boom, boom. Under this even more intense destructive power, the surging black fog within the soul annihilation array finally showed signs of weakening. The countless human faces formed by the black fog started to explode under the corrosion of this destructive power. The entire soul annihilation array started to shake violently. Break. Grandmaster Mufong pressed down once again. An even more surging mental energy gushed out, causing the might of the 10-directional annihilation array to become even more terrifying under the amplification of his mental energy. In the end, cracks finally appeared on the surface of the soul annihilation array. Just like shattered glass, it completely shattered. The instant the soul annihilation array was destroyed, Zhuowen frowned. He discovered that a wisp of black qi was rising from the ravine below the soul annihilation array. This wisp of black qi was extremely fine. If one did not observe it carefully, it would be difficult to detect it. Zhuowen had to rely on his powerful mental energy to discover this wisp of black qi. However, the strange thing was that when this wisp of black qi rose to midair, it seemed to have evaporated from the world. Zhuowen had directly lost track of this wisp of black qi. What is that thing? Zhuowen frowned as he surveyed his surroundings. He discovered that no one had noticed the wisp of black qi that had swept out from the ravine. That was because everyone's attention was attracted by the ravine below, the surging black fog, and the human faces that were formed by the black fog within the soul annihilation array had been completely destroyed. The ravine below the soul annihilation array was also visible to everyone. This ravine was extremely deep. Through the ravine, everyone could see the scene at the bottom of the ravine. The two sides of the ravine were formed by pitch-black rocks. The mottled patterns on the ravine showed the vicissitudes of the ravine. The scene at the bottom of the ravine caused many warriors to be stunned. That was because there were tombstones erected at the bottom of the ravine. Behind the tombstones were pieces of coffins. These coffins were made from black ironwood and were incomparably black. Furthermore, there were many similar coffins at the bottom of the ravine. They were densely packed together and almost filled the entire bottom of the ravine. Could it be that those coffins contained emperor corpses? Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the densely packed coffins at the bottom of the ravine below. One after another, they began to speculate. Their gazes turned from calm to fiery as if a ball of fire was burning within them. Didn't Master Mufong say that the core of the emperor's tomb was at the bottom of the ravine? Then these coffins should be the burial grounds of the emperor realm experts. This also meant that there must be a lot of resources of the emperor realm experts here. Perhaps if one was lucky, one could obtain an emperor weapon or even an inheritance. Of course, things like inheritances were naturally left behind by high-level emperor realm experts. As for mid-level and low-level emperor realm experts, even if they left behind their inheritances, the emperor realm experts present wouldn't be interested in them. Only those below the Emperor realm might be more interested in the inheritances of low-level and mid-level Emperor realm experts, the upper echelons of the 5 strongest islands, as well as the other Emperor realm experts in the Sea of Misery, were aiming for the inheritances of the high-level Emperor realm experts at the bottom of the ravine. It was said that the strongest expert in the Emperor realm was a half-saint existence. If they were lucky, they might be able to obtain the half-saint's inheritance. If they could really obtain the half-saint's inheritance, it would be a great opportunity for them. At this moment, Emo Yen Bayen, Elder Huaxia, Yi Wuxin, and the others who were standing at 10 different corners of the ravine were also looking at the bottom of the ravine. Their gazes were also filled with fiery passion. Soon after, their gazes fell on Master Mufeng. Master, there shouldn't be any other dangers at the bottom of the ravine, right? Yi Wuxin's throat moved as he asked. Master Mufeng's face was expressionless as he said, I'm not too sure about this. However, the Yuan crystals in the hands of the 10 of you contain the aura of destruction. It can destroy all techniques. It will be of great help to you when you enter the ravine. Hearing these words, the 10 of them looked at each other. However, they very consciously kept the Yuan crystals in their hands. They had personally witnessed the might of the 10 directions destruction formation. Perhaps these Yuan crystals were really like what Grandmaster Mufeng had said and possessed the ability to destroy 10,000 techniques. Therefore, it might be quite beneficial for them as they charged through the gorge below. Let's go. Let's go down and take a look. Yi Wuxin shouted in a low voice. He took the lead and rushed into the ravine. The other 9 people looked at each other and followed closely behind Yi Wuxin. They turned into 9 bolts of lightning and entered the ravine. Master Mufeng's eyes flickered. With a wave of his sleeve, he also disappeared from the sky above the ravine. Let's go. We'll go in as well. Seeing that Master Mufeng and the rest had entered the bottom of the gully, quite a number of surrounding practitioners were unable to suppress the excitement in their hearts. One after another, they stepped into the air and rushed downwards. Immediately, the entire sky above the gully was filled with densely packed human figures. They were just like locusts, appearing extremely terrifying. Zhuowen, let's go in as well. Lu Hantian said to Zhuowen, who was beside him. Zhuowen nodded his head and said, Big brother Hantian, be careful when you enter this ravine. I can feel that this ravine isn't simple. There might be a trap even more terrifying than the soul-extinguishing array inside. Hearing his words, Lu Hantian's heart trembled. He had never doubted Zhuowen's words. Therefore, his heart was filled with vigilance. Soon after, the 2 of them followed the crowd and rushed into the ravine. Of course, the instant Zhuowen entered the ravine, he used the communication jade talisman to inform Moyan Wushang, LV Yitao, and the others to enter the ravine as well. Since the ravine contained the inheritance of many Emperor realm cultivators, it would definitely be of great help to those who had yet to enter the Emperor realm. At the same time, Zhuowen also informed the Grand Devil Lord to wait for Moyan Wushang and the others outside the ravine. He could protect them from any life-threatening dangers in the ravine. Chapter 1245. Emperor Corpse. This wisp of black gas was extremely illusory, as if it did not exist. When the black gas rose to the highest point in the sky, the wisp of black gas wriggled and turned into a strange human figure. The appearance of this humanoid figure was very similar to an insect. Its entire body was covered in a thick and sturdy carapace, and its pair of compound eyes contained countless small eyes. It looked extremely strange. If anyone saw this strange humanoid figure, they would definitely recognize that it was the strange monster that had appeared briefly in the dark clouds in the gully just now. The strange human figure silently looked down at the depths of the gully. its compound eyes revealing a strange expression. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, the martial warriors clashed with their swords because of the coffin. The sound of metal clashing was accompanied by sharp screams, which converged together at the bottom of the ravine. The smell of blood permeated the air from the battle. Zhuowen and Lu Hantian also arrived at a coffin. During this time, there were naturally many cultivators who did not know better. They tried to bully the two of them, trying to seize control of the coffins beside them. However, after Lu Hantian released the aura of a third heaven emperor, many of the surrounding cultivators slowly trembled in fear. They did not dare to offend Zhuowen and Lu Hantian anymore. There are about a few hundred of these coffins in this area. Are they all emperor corpses? Lu Hantian narrowed his eyes and asked doubtfully. Creak. Suddenly, the sound of a mechanism turning slowly rang out. Immediately, the hundreds of coffin lids at the bottom of the gully opened at the same time. A strange black gas permeated out. What's going on? Zhuowen was stunned. He looked at the phenomenon of the coffins opening by themselves in surprise. Many other cultivators who entered the gully had the same doubts as Zhuowen. They did not understand. They had not touched these coffins yet. So why did they open by themselves? A mournful howl suddenly rang out in the gully. It sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. It was exceptionally frightening. Boom! The coffin in front of Zhuowen and Lu Hantian was suddenly opened. Then, a smelly arm stretched out from within the darkness. A thick corpse qi, which gave off a nauseating feeling. Then, Zhuowen saw a swollen corpse slowly sitting up from within the coffin. The corpse's eyes were glowing with a strange red light. As soon as it appeared, it stared at Zhuowen and Lu Hantian. A monstrous killing intent firmly locked onto the two of them. It was not just Zhuowen and Lu Hantian's coffins. Similar things happened in the other coffins. Strange corpses sat up from the coffins one after another. Their eyes were red and filled with bloodthirsty auras. Ah! A blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out. The moment the coffin lid opened, the strange corpse in the coffin leaped up and rushed toward the nearest warrior. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, it killed the warriors closest to it. After killing the cultivators, the corpses reached into the cultivators' bodies with their right hands, dug out their hearts, and swallowed them. Not sure if it was an illusion, Zhuowen discovered that after the corpses swallowed the cultivators' hearts, the auras on their bodies actually swelled. The originally shriveled corpses actually showed signs of being full. These corpses are absorbing the cultivators' energy. Lu Hantian's pupils shrank as he said in shock, "Awu!" Suddenly, the corpse in front of Zhuowen and Lu Hantian roared. Its red eyes revealed a trace of greed as it rushed towards the two of them. Lu Hantian frowned slightly. With a shake of his sleeve, a terrifying cold air wrapped around the corpse like an ice blade, causing it to fly backwards and crash heavily into the coffin. These are all emperor corpses. Most of them are around the low-level emperor realm. Lu Hantian said in a deep voice. Zhuowen nodded, but he was very puzzled. Why would these emperor corpses that were buried here undergo such a strange change? Could it be that they had turned into corpses? Awu! Another roar rang out. The emperor corpse that was sent flying by Lu Hantian stood up and rushed towards them again. Lu Hantian furrowed his brows and pinched the void with his right hand. Suddenly, a cold white star fell from the sky and heavily suppressed the emperor corpse. However, what surprised Lu Hantian was that the emperor corpse was extremely tough. Even when he used the full power of the star to suppress it, it could not cause any damage to its body. The emperor corpse was even struggling under the star, full of vigor and vitality. What a strong physical body. Although this emperor corpse is only at the first-level emperor realm, its physical body is probably not even a third-level emperor realm expert can destroy it. Lu Hantian muttered in a low voice. Most of the surrounding were peak heavenly venerables. After the initial panic, many peak heavenly venerables gathered together in groups of 3 to 5, blocking the emperor corpses that rushed out from the coffin. Although they were barely able to block the emperor corpses, at least the emperor corpses were unable to harm the peak heavenly venerables that had joined forces. Zhuowen's gaze fell on Master Mufeng, who was not far away. After all, Master Mufeng had said that the bottom of the gorge was the core of the emperor tomb. There were many inheritances left behind by fallen emperor realm experts. Now that something like this had happened, Master Mufeng was the one with the biggest problem. When Zhuowen's gaze fell on Master Mufeng, he discovered that Master Mufeng also had a doubtful look on his face. It was as if he had never thought that such a situation would occur here. Master Mufeng had gathered Elder Huaxia, Mo Yen, Bai Yen, and the mid-level great emperors from the other 4 islands. With their formation, the surrounding great emperors posed no threat to them at all. Even if some of the foolish great emperors tried to attack them, they would be swept out of the door. There was no way they could get close to them. Master Mufeng, what's going on? Yi Wuxin asked in displeasure. As soon as Yi Wuxin's words came out, the others echoed in agreement, expressing the dissatisfaction in their hearts. After all, they did not enter this place to deal with the emperor corpses that were neither dead nor alive, but to explore the rich resources and treasures inside. This gorge is still very large. This is only a small area. This area should be the mechanism set up by the Emperor Tomb's creator, right? Master Mufeng replied in an indifferent manner. Hearing Master Mufeng's words, the dissatisfaction in the hearts of Yi Wuxin and the others gradually faded. Their gazes fell on the area in front of the coffin area. There was a hazy fog lingering in that area, and no one knew where it led to. Let's go in and take a look. Perhaps the good stuff is in the depths. Yi Wuxin suddenly said. The others nodded and did not have any objections. Soon after, the group broke through the air and left. The dozen of them could be considered the strongest group in the Emperor Tomb this time. Their cultivations were all mid-level Emperor realm and above. The Emperor corpses in this area were unable to do anything to them. Grandmaster Mufeng's departure naturally attracted the attention of the other D-stage practitioners who were fighting with the Emperor corpses. Their eyes flickered as they abandoned the Emperor corpses they were fighting. Soon after, they rushed out and followed Grandmaster Mufeng's group into the depths of the gully. There were at least 100 Emperor Realm cultivators who came to the Emperor Tomb this time. Although they were all low-level Emperor Realm cultivators, they were more than enough to deal with the Emperor corpses in this area. However, after the Emperor Realm cultivators left, the pressure on the peak heavenly venerables in this area increased. The Emperor corpses that were abandoned by the Emperor Realm cultivators gathered in the nearby battle groups, breaking the balance of the entire area. Zhuowen, what should we do? Lu Hantian's eyes flickered as he frowned. In fact, Lu Hantian also wanted to follow, but he was a little worried about LV Tao and the others. The moment they entered the gorge, he had informed LV Tao and the others that they could enter the gorge to search for opportunities. He didn't expect that they would be in such danger as soon as they entered. Let's follow them. As for Tao and the others, I have already sent the Lord of the Absolute Demon to protect them. Zhuowen smiled faintly. Lu Hantian was completely relieved when he heard this. The Lord of the Absolute Demon was a third-level demon emperor. In a sense, the latter's strength was even more terrifying than Zhuowen's demon Dao clone. With the Lord of the Absolute Demon's protection, the safety of LV Tao, and the others was indeed guaranteed. After blowing away the emperor corpse in front of them with a punch, Zhuowen and Lu Hantian looked at each other and also rushed out, entering the fog that obscured their vision. As soon as the emperors left, the entire area became even more chaotic. Many peak heavenly venerables lost their lives under the joint attack of the emperor corpses. Their hearts were dug out and devoured by the emperor corpses, becoming nutrients for the emperor corpses. Go! Run! Finally, some warriors at the peak of the heavenly sovereign realm couldn't hold on any longer. They shouted and used their own methods to escape from the ravine. Of course, those unlucky fellows who tried to escape died even faster. The emperor corpse was much faster than them. When they tried to escape, the emperor corpse caught up with them in an instant, killed them with a punch, and dug out their hearts. In the area of the emperor corpses, Lve Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian were struggling to resist the two emperor corpses in front of them. The three of them also saw the one-sided slaughter around them, and their eyes were filled with fear. What terrifying emperor corpses! Those emperor corpses have all left. Those below the emperor realm are really going to suffer, Lve Tao said bitterly. Chapter 1246. Tomb, Itao, there's another emperor corpse. Luo Xing, who was beside him, suddenly exclaimed. Lve Tao and Qing Lian immediately raised their heads and looked over. Indeed, not far away, a martial emperor corpse was looking at them with a pair of greedy eyes. Its scarlet eyes were staring at the three of them. Soon after, it took a step forward and dashed toward them while emitting a frightening sharp cry from its mouth. Puff! As soon as the emperor corpse joined Lve Tao and the other two's battle, the three's attacks collapsed one after another. Soon after, they spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated continuously. Their eyes were filled with horror. Oh! The three emperor corpses roared and rushed out together towards Lve Tao and the other two's retreat. They wanted to completely tear the three of them into pieces. It's over. Lve Tao and the other two's faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with despair. However, just as the three emperor corpses were about to reach them, a boundless Buddha light spread out. Immediately, the three emperor corpses were blown away. Soon after, a figure covered in Buddha light took a step forward and landed in front of Lve Tao and the other two. Zhuowen, looking at the figure covered in Buddha light, Lve Tao and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. The figure was Zhuowen's Buddha doppelganger. I'll bring you guys out of here first. Buddha Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, he waved his Buddha palm and grabbed the three of them. Soon after, Buddha Zhuowen stomped on the ground, and the entire area shook violently. Soon after, Buddha Zhuowen shot out like an arrow and rushed towards the sky above the gully. Buddha Zhuowen's action was arrogant enough. Therefore, it immediately attracted the attention of many emperor corpses in the surrounding area. The emperor corpses abandoned the other warriors and chased after Buddha Zhuowen in an attempt to stop him. Buddha Zhuowen frowned slightly when he sensed the emperor corpses that were trying to stop him. His right hand suddenly shot out and boundless Buddha light spread out. Within the Buddha light, Zhuowen unleashed the terrifying heavenly flame, the 9 flames karmic fire. In an instant, 9 different colors appeared in the sky, and the entire gully was dyed into a sea of fire. Sii. Instantly, the countless emperor corpses were blocked by the 9 flames karmic fire. Under the terrifying flame energy, they fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. The dull sound was deafening. How terrifying! Looking at the mighty Buddha, Zhuo, when above, many people gulped and were dumbstruck. However, even more people took advantage of this opportunity to escape. No one dared to continue. They all knew that in the core region of the emperor's tomb, there was already such a terrifying mechanism at the beginning. What was to come would definitely be even more abnormal. In the following journey, those who were not at the emperor realm would definitely die if they entered. Therefore, the heavenly venerables took advantage of the time when Buddha Zhuowen was attracting the emperor corpse's attention and secretly escaped to the top of the gully. They were prepared to search for the heart of imperial power on the ground. After all, the ground was extremely vast, and there would definitely be many heart of imperial power. This thing was not very useful for Emperor Realm warriors, but it was very useful for warriors who had not reached the Emperor Realm. The moment the 9 flames karmic fire blocked the Emperor corpses outside, Zhuowen took a step and rushed to the edge of the gully. With a wave of his Buddha palm, LV Yitao and the other 2 reappeared in front of him. The moment Buddha Zhuowen appeared, a billowing demonic qi burst out from the bottom of the gully. Endless demonic qi gushed out. At some point, Tai Mo Lord had also come up from below. He waved his sleeve, and the demonic qi around him rolled away. Then, Moyan Wushang and the other 4 appeared. Moyan Wushang and the others were still in a daze. Earlier, when they were working together to deal with the emperor corpse, Tai Mo Lord suddenly appeared in front of them. Without saying a word, he used demonic qi to envelop them. Although they wanted to resist, Tai Mo Lord was too powerful. Their resistance was futile. After Moyan Wushang and the other 4 came back to their senses, they all took a few steps back. They stared at Tai Mo Lord with vigilance and said, "Who are you?" Tai Mo Lord was too lazy to pay attention to Moyan Wushang and the other 4. Instead, he came before Buddha Zhuowen and said respectfully, "Master, I've brought the people you asked for." "Master?" Only then did Moyan Wushang and the others notice Zhuowen, who was standing not far away. They quickly recognized Zhuowen's identity. Zhuowen explained a little to dispel the doubts in their hearts. However, they were still shocked that such a powerful devil emperor like the Lord of Absolute Demons would recognize Zhuowen as his master. This was a little unbelievable. The depths of this ravine are too dangerous for you who have yet to reach the martial emperor realm. You should just stay here obediently. You can also use this time to refine the heart of imperial power. If you are lucky enough, you might be able to break through to the martial emperor realm, Zhuowen said. Moyan Wushang's group and LV Yitao's group looked at each other and nodded. Zhuowen was right. Just the emperor corpses below were troublesome enough, let alone the depths of the gully, which was even more dangerous. My Buddhist avatar will bring you all to a relatively safe place in this land. Then he will stand guard while you refine the heart of imperial power. As for Supreme Demon, you can continue to head deeper into the ravine. Zhuowen suddenly turned to look at Lord of Supreme Demon. Tai Mo Lord nodded. Without further ado, he took a step forward and entered the gully again. As for Buddha Zhuowen, he waved his hand and led Moyan Wushang and the other 4 to other places in search of a relatively quiet area. Soon, the place where the emperor corpses were was emptied. They either left or died. In an instant, the entire area was deathly silent. It was extremely strange. Hundreds of emperor corpses raised their heads slightly. Their scarlet eyes looked at the sky above the gully as if there was something there that was worthy of their attention. Swoosh! A wisp of black gas fell from the sky. It was illusory. When the wisp of black gas fell into the emperor corpse's area, countless emperor corpses' eyes flickered. Then they slowly knelt on one knee and whimpered softly. The wisp of black gas lingered in the area where the emperor corpses were. Then human faces condensed in the area where the emperor corpses were. They gathered in the black gas, causing it to expand continuously. These human faces were the souls of the cultivators who had died in the Emperor Corpse's area. Now, they were mixed with resentment and were all absorbed by the wisp of black gas. After absorbing the souls, the wisp of black gas slowly drifted into the depths of the gully. After the wisp of black gas left, the scarlet eyes of the Emperor Corpses gradually dimmed. Then they stepped back into their coffins and fell into a deep sleep. In the depths of the gully, Zhuowen and Lu Hantian silently followed behind the hundreds of Emperor Realm cultivators. At the same time, they were constantly paying attention to the dangers around them. Along the way, there were many towering trees that reached the clouds. The surface of these trees was incomparably black. They seemed to have blended in with the surrounding black fog. At first glance, it was difficult to distinguish the difference between the black fog and the trees. There are so many experts in the Bitter Sea. There are almost 100 Emperor Realm cultivators. Looking at the powerful figures in front of him, Lu Hantian's eyes narrowed. Although most of them were low-level Emperor Realm cultivators, this was already enough to surprise him. After all, there was only one Emperor Qing in the Qingxian Empire. In the Bitter Sea, there were so many Emperor Realm cultivators. For a moment, Lu Hantian found it hard to adapt. Zhuowen smiled, but did not explain. After all, the Bitter Sea was much bigger than the Qingxian Empire. Its territory was also incomparably vast. The number of experts nurtured in the Bitter Sea was naturally much more than in a small place like the Qingxian Empire. After advancing for about an hour, Zhuowen and Lu Hantian realized that the cultivators in front of them had stopped in their tracks and were silently staring ahead. Even Master Mu Feng and the group at the front had stopped in their tracks. Zhuowen and Lu Hantian leaped to the top of a tree in front of them. They followed the gaze of the crowd and looked at the front. Then they saw a strange building. There was an extremely long square staircase in front of him. The staircase had the color of white jade, and at the top of the long staircase was a huge tombstone. The tombstone was extremely majestic, and there were many palaces standing in it. There were countless lamps floating in the sky around the tombstone. These everlasting lamps seemed to have been shining since the beginning of time. They had never been extinguished. What a majestic tombstone! Whose tomb is this? Looking at the huge tombstone, everyone was shocked. There was only one thought in their minds. Who was the owner of such a huge tomb? Who built such a magnificent mausoleum? This tomb was probably built by the strongest expert of the Imperial region. Could it be that the strongest expert of the Imperial region, the half-saint, is buried here? Zhuowen was also shocked by the tomb before him. He could not help but mutter in a low voice. At the front, the breathing of all the Emperor Realm cultivators who had stopped in their tracks suddenly became rough. Their eyes were blazing as they stared at the huge tomb before them. Everyone knew that this tomb should be the core of the entire Emperor tomb. All the resources and treasures of the Imperial region must be stored inside. Grand Master Mu Feng waved his sleeve and took the lead to fly towards the mausoleum. With Grand Master Mu Feng taking the lead, Yi Wuxin and the others behind him also flew out. Soon after, many other martial emperors crazily rushed into the mausoleum. Let's go in too. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Together with Lu Hantian, they silently followed the large group into the tomb. Chapter 1247. 8-Gate Golden Lock Formation. Is there a sky restriction around the stairs? Looks like we can't fly into the tomb. We can only climb up. An uproar immediately broke out in the surroundings. Many cultivators felt the crushing pressure on their bodies and revealed looks of surprise. Soon after, they understood that someone had set up a no-fly zone around the mausoleum. Soon after, they obediently climbed up step by step. Even Master Mu Feng and the upper echelons of the other islands landed on the stairs and climbed up step by step. The pressure on the stairs is really strong. Feeling the crushing pressure, Zhuo Wen's footsteps became somewhat difficult. Then he looked at the long flight of stairs above him, and the corners of his eyes continuously twitched. We can only climb up step by step. Lu Hantian shrugged. Although Lu Hantian was a third heaven emperor, he still found it difficult to adapt to the pressure on the stairs. However, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't even lift his feet. Thus, the stairs appeared. Nearly 100 people were silently climbing the stairs. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was strangely quiet. Master Mu Feng and the others were the first to reach the top of the stairs. However, they didn't directly enter the tomb. Instead, they waited silently on the stairs. After a short while, the other Emperor Realm cultivators reached the top of the stairs. Everyone stood to one side. It wasn't because they didn't want to enter the tomb. It was because some of the cultivators who tried to enter the tomb discovered that there was a layer of extremely strong defensive restriction around the tomb. With their individual strength, it would be extremely difficult for them to break through the defensive restriction. Thus, everyone placed their gazes on the only Arcana Heavenly Master, Grandmaster Mu Feng. In terms of formations, only Grandmaster Mu Feng, as an Arcana Heavenly Master, understood them the best. Since Master Mu Feng didn't say anything, no one dared to say anything. They knew that Master Mu Feng would definitely take action. As more and more people reached the top of the stairs, Bai Yu and the other 5 from the inner court also reached the top. The 6 of them consciously stood behind Elder Huaxia and waited silently. Yi Yuqing of the Night Demon Island also silently walked behind Yi Wuxin. The martial emperors of the other 3 islands also came to the side of the 3 island masters. Everyone's gaze fell on Grandmaster Mu Feng. Zhuowen, come here. Moyan and Bai Yan also noticed Zhuowen, who had just climbed up the stairs. They waved their hands and spoke with a smile on their faces. As soon as Moyan and Bai Yan spoke, a cold light erupted from the eyes of Bai Yu's group. Behind Yi Wuxin, Yi Youqing's expression was somewhat unsightly. Her eyes were filled with resentment. The others naturally also noticed the Zhuowen mentioned by Moyan and Bai Yan. When the other warriors discovered that Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the peak of the Heavenly Master realm, they all revealed looks of surprise. They had not expected that a mere ant at the peak of the Heavenly Master realm would be able to break into this tomb. However, after sensing the 3rd level Emperor realm aura of Lu Hantian, who was standing beside Zhuowen, the warrior's eyes revealed a look of relief. Clearly, they guessed that the reason Zhuowen could reach this place was due to Lu Hantian's contribution. Zhuowen, he is. Moyan and Bai Yan stared at Lu Hantian, who was standing beside Zhuowen. They were somewhat puzzled as they asked, Big Brother Hantian came from the same place as me and is also my bosom friend. Zhuowen casually explained. Moyan and Bai Yan nodded. They glanced at Lu Hantian and whispered to Zhuowen, Zhuowen, this tomb is full of dangers. Although I know that your battle strength is extraordinary, I'm afraid that it's somewhat inappropriate to enter. Do you think? Zhuowen shook his head and interrupted Moyan, and Bai Yan, Dean, don't worry. Big Brother Hantian's cultivation is at the 3rd level Emperor realm after all. I feel that if I follow him, I will have no problem protecting myself. Hearing Zhuowen's words, Moyan and Bai Yan also knew that Zhuowen had made up his mind. Naturally, they did not say anything more. Instead, they asked again, How is Wushang now? Dean, don't worry. Miss Wushang is very safe now. She has already successfully left the dangerous ravine. Zhuowen said concisely. Moyan and Bai Yan nodded. Since Zhuowen had said so, It meant that Moyan Wushang was indeed safe. Therefore, the trace of worry in their hearts gradually disappeared, and they focused all their attention on the tomb. At the entrance of the tomb, there were two huge bronze statues of strange beasts. The strange beasts had the head of a lion and the body of a horse. Their bloody mouths were wide open, as if they wanted to devour the world. The surface of the tomb contains defensive restrictions. We'll have to trouble Grandmaster Mu Feng with this matter, Yi Wuxin, and the others said to Grandmaster Mu Feng with a flattering smile. The surrounding cultivators also revealed hopeful expressions. They were all looking forward to Grandmaster Mu Feng being able to remove the restrictions around the tomb. Of course, however, the dangers within the tomb are definitely higher than the outside. Therefore, after entering, I hope that everyone can be united. Grandmaster Mu Feng suddenly said solemnly. Hearing those words, the surrounding people's eyes flickered. However, there were also quite a few people who disagreed with Grandmaster Mu Feng's words. After entering the tomb, there were still some people who were unwilling to follow Grandmaster Mu Feng. They were more inclined to work alone. If they were lucky, they might be able to obtain some good things. Grandmaster Mu Feng, I don't think that it's up to you to decide whether or not the group is united. This is our freedom. As long as we enter the tomb, it'll be fine as long as everyone does their own things. Suddenly, an Emperor Realm cultivator from the crowd retorted, attracting everyone's attention. The Emperor Realm cultivator had a rather tall stature. Half of his body was covered in leather, revealing the bulging muscles on the right side of his body. The aura emitted from his body was rather powerful. He was actually a third-level Emperor Realm cultivator. For a wandering cultivator, this was already considered not weak. There were 7 people following behind him. They should be his companions. All of them agreed with the Emperor Realm cultivator's opinion. Of course, I won't force you. It's all up to you. Grandmaster Mu Feng indifferently said. His gaze fell onto the restrictions around the tomb. After examining them for a while, he muttered in a low voice, "If I'm not wrong, the array set up around the tomb should be the 8-gate golden lock array. I'm afraid that it won't be easy to break this array." Grandmaster Mu Feng, what do we need to do? Yi Wu Xian hastily asked. Since this restriction is called the 8-gate golden lock formation, if you want to break it open, then you'll need 8 cultivators to simultaneously blast at the 8 void doors within the formation and break it open with force. During this process, I'll be able to pry into the flaws and gaps of the 8-gate golden lock formation. At that time, it'll be easy to break open the formation. Master Mu Feng said indifferently. Yi Wu Xian was startled. Soon after, he understood Grandmaster Mu Feng's meaning. His green eyes quickly locked onto the 8 people not far away. These 8 people were the ones who had retorted Grandmaster Mu Feng earlier. Since the 8-gate golden lock array needs 8 people, you guys are just right. Hurry up and get over here. Follow Grandmaster Mu Feng's instructions and attack the 8 gates of emptiness. Yi Wu Xian indifferently said. Hearing Yi Wu Xian's words, the faces of the 8 people instantly changed, especially the tall man leading them. With a gloomy voice, he said, "Are you planning to make an example out of us?" "What? Only Grandmaster Mu Feng can open the 8-gate golden lock array. The group of us are all waiting to enter the tomb. The 8 of you can try to refuse." Ha ha! Yi Wu Xian's tone became somewhat unfriendly as he coldly laughed. The gazes of the surrounding cultivators also landed on the 8 people. All of them wanted to enter the tomb. Since Grandmaster Mu Feng had said that 8 people were needed to attack the 8-gate golden lock array, it was needless to say that it would be an extremely dangerous task. In addition to the fact that the 8 people had taken the lead and were remembered by Grandmaster Mu Feng, the crowd was naturally eager for the 8 of them to take the lead and break the 8-gate golden lock array. seeing the nearly 100 unfriendly gazes around them, the faces of the 8 people grew increasingly pale. In the end, the tall man leading the group firmly fixed his gaze on Yi Wuxian and Grandmaster Mu Feng as he coldly said, "Do the 8 of us have no other choice? What do you think?" Grandmaster Mu Feng revealed a faint smile as he replied, "Good. We'll attack the 8 gates of emptiness." The tall man straightforwardly agreed. He was very clear that if they did not agree, there was no need for Grandmaster Mu Feng to take action. The surrounding Emperor stage cultivators would definitely take action to capture them. After all, 8 people were needed to break the array. Since the 8 of them had taken the lead, the rest of the crowd would naturally not let go of such a stepping stone. The 8 gates of emptiness are located there. All of you only need to attack the 8 gates of emptiness. With a flick of his finger, 8 rays of light shot out from Grandmaster Mu Feng's finger and landed in 8 different positions of the restriction. At each of the 8 positions, there was a vague and illusory door. "Let's go." The tall man coldly snorted as he led the other 7 people towards the 8 locations that Grandmaster Mu Feng had pointed out. When they arrived at the 8 gates of emptiness, Grandmaster Mu Feng indifferently said, "Start attacking the 8 gates." Boom, boom, boom. The 8 of them nodded their heads. Each of them threw a punch forward. Immediately, traces of ripples appeared on the surface of the 8 doors of emptiness, just like ripples in water. At the same time, a powerful rebounding force was transmitted from the doors of emptiness, causing the 8 of them to snort and retreat continuously. "Continue," Grandmaster Mu Feng indifferently said. This caused the faces of the 8 of them to become slightly ugly. However, they were helpless and could only continue attacking the 8 gates golden lock array. Under the frightening ripples that spread out from the array, the faces of the 8 of them became increasingly pale as fresh blood continuously flowed out from the corners of their mouths. "Is it not done yet?" The tall man fiercely spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His hair was already disheveled as he furiously shouted, "Why are you in such a hurry?" "Not yet." Grandmaster Mu Feng caressed his fingers as he casually said, "Ha ha, Grandmaster Mu Feng, do you think that I don't know that you are abusing your authority to take revenge for a private grudge? The reason why you want the 8 of us to attack the 8 gates is because you want us to die. Since that is the case, I might as well directly kill you." Chapter 1248. Demon Soldier. The moment the tall man rushed over, the other 7 people followed behind him with murderous looks on their faces. They knew that Grandmaster Mu Feng was obviously using his position to avenge a personal grudge. Rather than being killed by him, they would rather have a head-on battle. "You overestimate yourself." Grandmaster Mu Feng didn't move, but Yi Wuxian, who was beside him, moved. 8 illusory figures shot out from his green hair. If one were to look carefully, those 8 illusory figures were actually 8 small snakes. In the instant they shot out, the 8 small snakes instantly swelled up, becoming several tens of feet long as they shot towards the 8 people led by the tall man. Pucci. In just a single exchange, other than the tall man, the other 7 people were bitten into 2 by the 7 huge pythons. Blood splattered across the horizon, as if it was raining blood. It was an extremely miserable sight. No, seeing the 7 people die in an instant, the tall man's eyes turned scarlet red. His eyes were filled with grief and indignation. However, the huge pythons that Yi Wuxian had manifested were extremely terrifying. The tall man was completely suppressed by the huge pythons, unable to escape. "Don't worry, you will also accompany your brother." Yi Wuxian's cold voice sounded from behind the tall man. Soon after, the tall man felt a pain in his chest. He was shocked to discover that a hand had pierced through his chest. When he turned his head, he saw Yi Wuxian's cold smile. Soon after, his consciousness fell into darkness. Plop! When the tall man's corpse fell from the sky, the surrounding people were all silent. No one dared to make a sound. Yi Wuxin was a demon emperor and also the island master of the Night Demon Island. His strength was extremely terrifying. Although he was only a fourth heaven demon emperor, his fighting strength was comparable to an ordinary fifth heaven emperor. No one dared to provoke such an existence. After dealing with the tall man, Yi Wuxin walked towards Grandmaster Mu Feng and said with a smile, "Grandmaster, I wonder if you have found the loopholes of the Eight Gates Golden Lock formation?" Grandmaster Mu Feng nodded and said, "Naturally, I plan to break the formation next. Don't disturb me." As he spoke, Grandmaster Mu Feng began to set up a method to break the array. The rest of the people revealed looks of anticipation in their eyes. Zhuowen, who was behind Moyen, and Bai Yen, frowned slightly. The tactics of this Grandmaster Mu Feng were extremely vicious. Even he felt a chill. If he had guessed correctly, Grandmaster Mu Feng had already discovered the weakness of the Eight-Gate Golden Lock formation when the 8 of them attacked it for the first time. However, Grandmaster Mu Feng did not ask the 8 of them to stop. Instead, he asked them to continue attacking the formation with all their might. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Grandmaster Mu Feng was simply taking revenge on the tall man and the others. He had taken their lives just because they had offended him. Grandmaster Mu Feng's ruthless methods caused even Zhuowen to feel a chill in his heart. Creak! Suddenly, the sound of the mechanism being activated resounded throughout the entire space. Soon after, the strange beasts that were sitting on both sides of the entrance of the tomb seemed to have come alive. They suddenly emitted a roar. The door in the middle of the strange beasts slowly opened. The invisible restriction that appeared on the surface of the door also gradually disappeared. The instant the door opened, everyone's eyes became fiery hot. What exactly existed in this mysterious tomb? This tomb is definitely filled with danger. It's better for everyone to gather together. Grandmaster Mu Feng's indifferent voice rang out once again, causing the hearts of quite a number of practitioners to tremble. All of them nodded their heads. In any case, they were completely unfamiliar with this tomb. Therefore, it would be safer for everyone to gather together and explore. As for those practitioners who wanted to explore alone, they temporarily gave up on such thoughts after recalling the fate of the tall and big man. "Enter!" Grandmaster Mu Feng roared out in a low voice. He took the lead and led the people from Excellent Spirit Island into the tomb, following which the Night Demon Island, Azura Island, Horizon Island, and Sea Heart Island followed in succession. After the people from the 5 strongest islands had all entered, the remaining loose cultivators rushed into the door. Very quickly, the originally bustling top of the stairs became empty and desolate. Not long after everyone entered, a wisp of black chi slowly swept over from afar. This wisp of black chi stopped at the entrance of the tomb and started to squirm. It actually took the form of a strange human figure. A pair of scarlet eyes stared straight at the entrance of the tomb. There was an indescribable emotion in its eyes. "Oh, have you entered?" A somewhat indistinct voice was emitted from the mouth of the strange human figure. After that, it fell into silence. After the silence, the strange human figure once again turned into a wisp of black chi and drilled into the entrance of the tomb. Is this the interior of the tomb? The scenery in front of their eyes suddenly changed. Soon after, Zhuowen and the rest saw that there were mountain peaks in their surroundings. These mountain peaks were incomparably desolate. Not a single blade of grass grew. The ground was a decadent desert. However, at the end of the continuous mountain peaks, there were actually many palaces that were floating in the air. Those palaces were scattered in picturesque disorder as they floated in the air. In the four directions of the palace world, there were four huge golden light pillars. Every single golden light pillar was extremely huge as it pierced through the clouds. It was as if they were supporting the small world that the palaces were located in. That should be the center of the tomb. It is also the ultimate goal of our trip to the Emperor's tomb. Grand Master Mu Feng pointed at the palace world that was supported by the four golden light pillars. His indifferent voice slowly rang out like a large bell as it resounded in everyone's ears. As his words fell, everyone's gazes landed on the palace world that was extremely far away. However, the palace world was too far away from them. They could only see a rough outline. However, very quickly, everyone's gazes were attracted by the strange sounds coming from the mountain peak in front of them. They saw that the sky above the mountain peak was densely packed with white pieces. If one were to take a closer look, this white color was actually the white light that was reflected by the dense cold armor. That is, Grand Master Mu Feng's gaze was immediately attracted by the white light. When his gaze landed on the mountain peak, he finally saw the true appearance of the white light. It was actually soldiers wearing armor. If one were to take a closer look, the appearance of these soldiers did not look like humans at all. Instead, they looked like some kind of demonic beast. This was because the surface of these creatures was covered with strange scales. They had long lizard tails behind their backs. Their eyes were even like those of a lizard. They were cold and emotionless. Moreover, they were filled with a coldness that disregarded life. Someone has broken into the tomb. It's a human. It's another damned human. Kill, 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 kill. Unexpectedly, when these lizard-like creatures saw Grand Master Mu Feng and the group of Emperor Realm warriors, they seemed to have gone berserk. With a furious roar, they madly rushed towards Grand Master Mu Feng and the group. It was as if they had a deep grudge against Grand Master Mu Feng and the group. The leader of these lizard-like soldiers had an exceptionally large body. He was at least 3 times the size of an ordinary soldier. He held a large axe with 2 blades in his hands. With a large bloody mouth, he led several hundred soldiers and rushed over in a grandiose manner. It's actually demonic soldiers. Damn it, there are actually demonic soldiers in here. Yi Wuxin, who was standing beside Grandmaster Mu Feng, saw the grandiose demonic soldiers rushing over. His face turned a little green and purple. It was extremely ugly. Demonic soldiers? Everyone was a little confused. Clearly, this was the first time that they had heard of demonic soldiers. Demonic soldiers. In layman's terms, it's an army formed by demonic emperors. Every demonic soldier's strength is at least at the first layer demonic emperor realm. There are several hundred demonic soldiers. I'm afraid that it'll be very difficult to deal with them, especially the leader. I'm afraid that he's at the 3rd layer demonic emperor realm. Moreover, this group of demonic soldiers seems to be well trained. They possess a terrifying battle strength that can take on 10 people at once. In addition to their tacit cooperation, I'm afraid that it'll be extremely difficult to deal with them. Yi Wuxin slowly said, "What? They're all demonic emperors?" Everyone was shocked. They had already experienced how terrifying demonic emperors were from Yi Wuxin. Although they could sense that the several hundred demonic soldiers rushing over were all at the 1st layer demonic emperor realm, they were demonic emperors. Even if they were ordinary demonic emperors that had advanced from origin beasts, their strength was still much more terrifying than ordinary 1st layer demonic emperors. In addition to the huge number of demonic soldiers in front of them, everyone was somewhat unable to imagine the consequences. What are you afraid of? We have close to 100 1st layer demonic emperor realm practitioners here. Furthermore, All of them are at the first layer demonic emperor realm and above. If we work together, why should we be afraid of these demonic soldiers? Grandmaster Mufeng was extremely calm as he cried out in a low voice. After hearing Grandmaster Mufeng's words, everyone's hearts were greatly reassured. Grandmaster Mufeng was right. Although they did not have as many people as the demonic soldiers rushing over, there were still close to 100 of them. Furthermore, all of them were elites. As long as they worked together, they really did not need to be afraid of these demonic soldiers. At the same time, Grandmaster Mufeng waved his sleeve. Immediately, numerous lustrous and glowing yuan crystals shot out. Soon after, they surrounded everyone like a storm. Within every single yuan crystal, extremely powerful energy erupted. Awu! Soon after, the energy squirmed and condensed into 9 huge snake heads. Every single snake head was several hundred feet in size. Bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws, they were exceptionally terrifying. This is the 9-headed snake formation. Distribute the people evenly among the 9 snake heads. It will be able to gather everyone's strength together and unleash an even greater power. Grandmaster Mufeng said in an indifferent manner. Many warriors revealed grateful expressions in their eyes when they heard this. Soon after, under the arrangement of Grandmaster Mufeng, they were evenly distributed among the 9 snake heads. Grandmaster Mufeng, on the other hand, sat on the body of the 9-headed snake and presided over the formation of the entire 9-headed snake. Chapter 1249. Demon Soldier Leader of the 9 Snake Heads. The first was led by Elder Huaxia, the second by Yi Wuxin, the third by Mo Yen, and by Yen, and the fourth by Azure Li Di. As for the 5th and 6th, they were led by Chun Haixin and Tian Juya. As for the remaining 3, they were led by people chosen by Grandmaster Mufeng. As the name implied, among the 9 snake heads, the first snake head would naturally be the strongest, while the 9th snake head would be the weakest. As for the strongest snake head, it would naturally be controlled by the strongest Elder Huaxia. As for Yi Wuxin, although his strength was on par with Moyan, and by Yen he was a demon emperor and was more familiar with demon soldiers. Thus, Grandmaster Mufeng had arranged for him to be the 2nd snake head. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of demon soldiers surged over like giant waves that blotted the skies. In an instant, they had reached the 9-headed snake formation. Their fierce attacks rumbled as they smashed down, heavily smashing against the 9-headed snake formation, causing it to violently shake. Everyone, pour your yuan power into the yuan formation to resist the attacks of the demon soldiers. Amidst the oppressive tremors, Master Mufeng sat on the snake's body without moving like a rock, and he spoke calmly. Everyone nodded their heads as they poured their yuan power into the 9-headed snake formation. Under the command of the leaders of the various snake heads, the formation appeared to be in an orderly fashion. In an instant, the 9 snake heads turned violent, smashing towards the demon soldiers in front of them without the slightest bit of politeness. Seeing that the 9-headed snake formation was actually able to display such a powerful might, many of the practitioners within the formation revealed expressions of excitement. Zhuan's eyes also shone with brilliance. This Mufeng was indeed a heavenly arcane master. The 9-headed snake formation that he had arranged was not something that she could compare to. Furthermore, its might was extremely frightening. If I'm able to become a heavenly arcane master, perhaps I might be able to arrange such a powerful formation, right? Zhuan's eyes sparkled as she muttered to herself. Bang, bang, bang. Caught off guard, the demon soldiers were forced to continuously retreat under the attacks of the 9 snake heads. A sliver of astonishment flashed within the eyes of the leader of the demon soldiers. In the next instant, he roared out, form the formation, and kill. Kill! Kill! Monstrous battle cries rang out. The demonic soldiers that were repelled by the nine-headed snake were arranged in a strange formation in the sky. Waves of demonic aura spread out and instantly enveloped all the demonic soldiers, forming a hazy green fog. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a huge hand that was hundreds of meters long stretched out from the green mist. The surface of the hand was covered with green scales, and the scales emitted a cold light. The moment the hand stretched out, a huge foot stepped out, and then a huge figure appeared in front of the nine-headed snake. It was a gigantic lizard man with green mist lingering on its surface. Its billowing demonic energy seemed to cover the sky and the sun, enveloping the entire area. The lizardman's appearance was similar to that of the demon soldier. Its surface was also covered in a chilling armor, and it held a gigantic spear that was like a pillar supporting the heavens. This is a formation unique to the demon soldiers. It can gather all the demon soldiers' energy and form a huge demon soldier phantom. Yi Wuxin's eyes were a little gloomy as he spoke. How do we break the formation? Elder Huaxia of the first snake head suddenly asked. Do you see the leader of the demon soldiers on the demon soldier phantom? The reason why the demon soldiers are able to set up such a powerful formation is mainly because of the demon soldier phantom's command. The leader of the demon soldiers has supreme prestige among the demon soldiers. He is also proficient in many military formations. If the leader of the demon soldiers dies, the formation will be useless. Yi Wuxin pondered for a moment and said, Master Mu Feng frowned and said, Who is willing to deal with the leader of the demon soldiers? Everyone fell silent. The leader of the demon soldiers was very powerful. It was a third-level demon emperor, which was even more terrifying than a fourth-level demon emperor. Only a few middle-level demon emperors could deal with such an existence. However, Elder Huaxia, Yi Wuxin, and the other middle-level demon emperors were all in charge of the snakeheads. They had no time to deal with the leader of the demon soldiers. Let me do it. A cold and indifferent voice slowly resounded, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes gathered over, only to discover a young man with long black and red hair, whose eyes were alternating between black and red, slowly walking out from one of the snakeheads. His eyes were cold and emotionless. It was as though there was no other emotion in his eyes other than this one. Can you do it? Yi Wuxin's eyes fell on the young man. He could not help but ask when he saw how young the young man was. Why can't I? The demonic young man chuckled. Demonic chi surged out from his body. A wild aura gushed out. His long hair fluttered in the wind. It's a third-level demon emperor. Besides the demon emperors, there is also a demon emperor among us. Moreover, it's a third-level demon emperor. Feeling the powerful aura of the demonic young man, the eyes of all the warriors in the nine-headed snake formation turned cold. Yi Wuxin was a demon emperor. Everyone naturally knew that. However, they did not expect that there was a demon emperor among them who was not weaker than the demon emperors. The demonic young man's performance was mediocre at the beginning. However, at the critical moment, he showed his extraordinary strength. This made many people think highly of him. It's that bastard's thing. Bai Yu, who was following Elder Huaxia in the first snakehead, naturally also saw the demonic young man, who was surrounded by everyone. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. Wasn't this demonic young man the one who had snatched the heart of imperial power from him outside the gully back then? Bai Yu, do you know this demonic young man? Elder Huaxia also noticed Bai Yu's strange behavior and could not help but ask. Bai Yu's eyes flickered. He said in a low voice, This demonic young man is the one who snatched the heart of imperial power from me. I see. This demonic young man's cultivation has reached the third-level demon emperor at such a young age. His talent is not bad. No wonder you lost to him, Elder Huaxia said slowly. However, his voice was even colder than before. The corner of Bai Yu's mouth twitched when he heard this. After all, he was a rather famous genius in the inner court sky capital peak. Losing to this demonic youth was definitely a stain and humiliation to him. Naturally, he would feel somewhat uneasy if Elder Wei knew about this. Jiang Ying and the other 4 people standing behind Bai Yu kept quiet out of fear. No one spoke. Under such circumstances, they did not dare to interrupt. Bai Yu, you don't have to be too conflicted. Everyone knows the combat strength of a third-level demon emperor. Your defeat is not too humiliating. When your cultivation increases in the future, you can step on this demonic young man who defeated you again, Elder Huaxia said indifferently. Bai Yu sighed when he heard this. His eyes flickered as he probed. Elder, this guy ignored our inner yard and openly snatched my heart of imperial power. Do you think we should? Elder Huaxia shook his head and said, this demonic youth strength is not bad. He will be quite useful once he enters the tomb. Moreover, he is now going out to deal with the leader of the demonic soldiers under Master Mu Feng's request. What do you think? Bai Yu quickly lowered his head and did not dare to answer. He knew that now was not the time to deal with this demonic young man. Good, if you can help us kill the leader of the demon soldiers. I, Mu Feng, will remember your merit. Master Mu Feng said with a laugh. Zhuowen nodded and said with a smile, Thank you, Master Mu Feng. Don't go out now. When the 9-headed snake and the lizard man are fighting, I will let you out of the 9-headed snake's array the moment they reveal a flaw. At that time, you just need to find an opportunity to pin down the leader of the demon soldiers. As long as you pin down the leader of the demon soldiers and prevent him from commanding the demon soldiers, we will be able to let the 9-headed snake destroy the lizardman's array. Master Mu Feng said again. A roar resounded. Soon after, the earth rumbled with earth-shattering vibrations. It was as if the heavens and earth were being turned upside down. The hundreds of demon soldiers that had transformed into a giant lizard walked over step by step. It swung its giant spear that was like a pillar that supported the heavens. Immediately, the heavens and earth changed color, and the space collapsed. It slashed towards the 9-headed snake with a rumble. A proud and aloof figure stood silently on the lizard's head. This figure was the leader of the demon soldiers, who was commanding the demon soldiers with his divine sense. It was because of this demon soldier leader's command that the giant lizard was able to unleash all sorts of powerful attacks. The 9-headed snake did not show any signs of weakness. Under Master Mu Feng's control, its power was not much weaker than the lizard. Boom, 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 boom. In the sky above the endless mountain peaks, the giant 9-headed snake and the lizard instantly engaged in battle. The earth-shattering power spread out, causing the surrounding space to collapse. The rumbling, thunderclap-like sound seemed to have spread throughout the entire space. The mountain range below trembled intensely under the aftermath of the great battle. The leader of the demon soldiers that was standing on the head of the lizard frowned. He did not expect that the 9-headed snake formation formed by the human warriors would be so powerful. The demon soldiers that he was controlling were unable to do anything to it. The intruders this time around are really difficult to deal with. However, no matter how difficult it is to deal with you, I will let you know the severity of the consequences of intruding into the tomb. The leader of the demon soldiers coldly muttered. Soon after, he formed a seal with both of his hands. It was as if he was forming some kind of mysterious seal. Waves of demonic energy rushed out from the body of the leader of the demon soldiers. Now is the time. Go and restrain the leader of the demon soldiers. Don't let him form the seal successfully. Master Mu Feng's eyes flickered. Immediately, he waved his sleeve and a gap appeared within the nine-headed snake. This gap was the one that led to the outside world. Chapter 1250. Junqing Ding. Huh? The eyelids of the leader of the demonic soldiers twitched. When he saw the great demon halberd flying towards him, his pupils shrunk to the size of needles. He cursed in his heart and immediately stopped forming seals with his hands. His right leg suddenly took a step forward, and the great demon halberd was dodged by him. Soon after, his demonic eyes stared intently at Zhuowen, who was charging towards him. Demon Emperor? When he saw the surging demonic aura on Zhuowen's body, he was startled. Soon after, he coldly snorted and commanded the lizard creature to attack Zhuowen. The lizard creature was formed by hundreds of demonic soldiers and was much more powerful than a third heaven demon emperor. A single attack was enough to annihilate this overconfident young man from the demonic path. Nine-headed snake formation. Activate! Master Mu Feng, who was seated on the nine-headed snake, waved his sleeves and surging mental energy rushed out. Immediately, the huge nine-headed snake blocked the lizard creature's attack. Deng, deng, deng. The lizard creature retreated dozens of steps, and its attack, which was originally aimed at the young man from the demonic path, immediately collapsed. Damn it! The leader of the demonic soldiers cursed in a low voice. Just as he was about to command the lizard creature to continue attacking, the young man from the demonic path had already arrived in front of him. The great demon halberd in the latter's hands shot out and turned into two black streaks of light that shot towards the leader of the demonic soldiers' vital points. Boom! The leader of the demonic soldiers took a step forward and swung the double-edged axe in his hand. A wild wind whistled, and an explosive energy spread out. Immediately, the great demon halberd in front of him was completely destroyed. Die! The moment the great demon halberd was destroyed, the leader of the demonic soldiers took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Zhuowen. The double-edged axe was swung from the side, and terrifying demonic energy formed a terrifying storm that enveloped Zhuowen. The leader of the demonic soldiers was a third heaven demon emperor. Even though Zhuowen was from the demonic path, he could not be careless. Therefore, he immediately took out the slaughtering demonic blade. On the surface of the demonic blade, black and red auras alternated and spread out like clouds. There was a strange pungent smell within it. Boom! In an instant, the slaughtering demonic blade and the double-edged axe collided. The sound of metal clashing was like a great bell as it spread out. Invisible energy ripples spread out, causing the surrounding space to show signs of collapsing. Demonic chi and demonic chi mixed together in the void, and a terrifying energy spread out, causing many warriors in the nine-headed snake formation to be secretly shocked. Boom! Boom! The battle between demonic Dao's Zhuowen and the demon soldier commander was extremely fierce. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky. Demonic power and demon power collided with each other, creating terrifying shockwaves. Many areas of space were crushed by these two forces, completely collapsing and breaking apart. The battle between a third heaven demon emperor and a third heaven demon emperor was almost as powerful as a fifth heaven emperor. Many cultivators were secretly shocked. They finally understood why demon emperors and demon emperors were so famous and were even known as terrifying existences like fighting machines. Both of them had the strength to fight. Now that the demon soldier commander is pinned down, the might of the lizard creature has been greatly weakened. Let's immediately destroy it in one go. While everyone's attention was attracted by the battle between the demonic Dao cultivator Zhuowen and the demon soldier commander, Master Mu Feng was extremely calm. With a wave of his sleeve, he controlled the core of the nine-headed snake formation and circulated a huge amount of energy. The others also reacted and began to cooperate with Master Mu Feng's actions, injecting their own yuan power into the nine-headed snake formation. Boom! In an instant, the might of the nine-headed snake formation became much more terrifying. Subsequently, the 9 snake heads swept out and bombarded the lizard creature. The originally terrifying lizard creature seemed to have become much more dispirited at this moment. Under the attack of the 9-headed snake formation, it was forced to retreat. Moreover, if one were to observe carefully, the corpses of demon soldiers would frequently fall from the lizard creature. These corpses were the demon soldiers who were unlucky enough to die under the attacks of the 9-headed snake formation because they couldn't withstand it. Moreover, the number of demon soldiers' corpses was still increasing, and the strength of the lizard creature was gradually decreasing. It was almost suppressed by the 9-headed snake formation. Bastard, get lost! Naturally, when the demon soldier commander saw this scene, his eyes turned incomparably red. With a furious roar, billowing demonic energy gushed out and forced Zhuowen to retreat by dozens of steps. Thereafter, he rushed towards Zhuowen once again with a murderous aura. He knew that if he didn't kill this demonic Dao youth in front of him, it would be impossible for him to return to the lizard creature and command the demon soldiers again. Therefore, this demonic Dao youth in front of him had to die. True demon space destruction. As the demon soldier commander rushed over, he had already swung the double-edged axe in his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic energy soared into the sky and turned into a huge true demon phantom above his body. This true demon phantom stepped out from the void. Demonic energy surged around its body, and its face wasn't light. However, its pair of eyes appeared particularly demonic. The moment the true demon phantom appeared, the double-edged axe in the demon soldier commander's hand suddenly expanded countless times. The true demon phantom held it in its palm, and with a roar, it suddenly smashed down on Zhuowen below. The violent astral wind that swept out from the axe blade was like the most powerful weapon in the world. It could smash anything that was swept into it into pieces. At this moment, the 9-headed snake formation not far away had completely suppressed the lizard creature. Moreover, every time it attacked, many of the demon soldiers in the lizard creature would die. Everyone knew that when most of the demon soldiers died, the lizard creature would collapse by itself. Therefore, the people in the 9-headed snake formation were rather relaxed. Many of them even paid attention to the fierce battle between the demon cultivator and the demon soldier commander on the other side of the void. What a terrifying move! The demon soldier commander is going all out. When the crowd saw the terrifying true demon phantom, their eyes were filled with shock. The power of a third heaven demon emperor's all-out attack made many fourth heaven emperor realm warriors feel fear in their hearts. Facing the true demon phantom, those fourth heaven emperor realm warriors felt guilty because they realized that if they were to face the true demon phantom, their outcome would be very serious. Demon cultivator Zhuowen slowly stood in the void and stared at the terrifying true demon phantom. His gaze was as calm as water. He slowly raised the slaughtering devil blade in his right hand. Then a mysterious aura spread out. Black and red alternating energy burst out and formed a huge word abstinence in the void. The third move of the slaughtering abstinence saber technique. Abstinence. There is nothing in the world that cannot be abstinence from, and nothing that cannot be abstinence from. An indifferent voice slowly came out from his mouth. Then, another word appeared beside the word abstinence in the void. This word was the word abstinence. However, the moment these two words appeared, the entire space seemed to have come to a standstill. The true demon silhouette's double-edged axe also came to a complete stop at this moment. It was as if there was a strange sealing force in the air that had completely locked the true demon silhouette in place, making it unable to move at all. Kill! The instant the true demon phantasm froze, demonic Dao's Zhuo Wen leapt up and raised the demonic slaughtering blade above his head. The demonic runes on the demonic slaughtering blade throbbed like a heart. Soon after, the demonic slaughtering blade grew from 10 feet to several hundred feet in length and smashed down on the head of the true demon phantasm. Boom, boom, boom. From beginning to end, demon cultivator Zhuowen slashed down with his blade. Then he slowly landed on the ground and walked step by step towards the demon soldier commander, standing behind the true demon phantom. Under the confinement of the abstinence saber, the demon soldier commander was unable to move. He could only stare blankly as demon cultivator Zhuowen approached him. When Zhuowen arrived in front of him, the gigantic true demon phantom behind him actually fell to its knees. A heavy pressure slammed onto the ground, causing waves of tremors. Then the true demon phantom slowly dissipated. After forcing me to use the abstinence saber, you can die in peace. Demon cultivator Zhuowen's emotionless eyes glanced indifferently at the demon soldier commander, whose eyes were filled with fear. With a wave of his right hand, a huge head soared into the sky. Oh, this is... The instant the demon soldier commander's head was chopped off, Zhuowen keenly discovered that a ball of white light had shot out from the demon soldier commander's body. It seemed that the demon soldier commander was planning to break through the air and escape. This is Demon Yuan. Let's see where you're going. Zhuowen was taken aback. He took a step forward and slammed his right hand down, sucking the escaping white light into his palm. Within the white light, the miniature demon soldier commander withdrew. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhuowen, begging for mercy. Cultivators had their own reasons. Naturally, after the origin beast became a martial emperor, it would naturally have a similar existence. Generally, cultivators called it Demon Yuan. Demon Yuan was similar to a cultivator's nascent soul. The only difference was that Demon Yuan was much tougher than a cultivator's nascent soul and would not dissipate easily. After all, this is the Demon Yuan of a third-level demon emperor. I wonder if it will be of some help to that little guy. The Black Soul Ice Butterfly. Zhuowen's heart stirred. At the same time, the Black Soul Ice Butterfly in the Ice Saint Talisman sent a cheerful message to his mind. Obviously, his guess was right. The demon soldier commander's Demon Yuan was of great use to it. Little guy, wait for a moment. I'll give it to you later. After Zhuowen comforted the profound soul ice butterfly with his mind, he stored it in his spirit ring. The saint rune of ice existed in his body. If he wanted to give the demon essence to Zhuowen, he had to give it to his body. Now that there were so many people around, he naturally couldn't expose the fact that Zhuowen of the demonic Dao was his doppelganger. The demon soldier commander's double-edged axe is a good treasure. I'll take it. After keeping the Demon Yuan, Zhuowen naturally did not let go of the double-edged axe in the demon soldier commander's hand. The axe was a powerful demon weapon. Its power was equivalent to an emperor weapon. In a sense, it was even more powerful than an ordinary emperor weapon. Zhuowen naturally would not let it go. Chapter 1251. Demonic character. The demonic youth directly killed the leader of the demon soldiers. After being stunned for a while, many people revealed astonished expressions. The demonic youth was a third heaven demon emperor, and the leader of the demon soldiers was a third heaven demon emperor. Their strength should be similar, but the demonic youth was able to kill the leader of the demon soldiers. Such a fact was indeed a little shocking to everyone. Even Master Mu Feng's expression turned solemn. His original intention was to let the demonic youth restrain the leader of the demon soldiers. Once the latter was restrained, he would be able to control the nine-headed snake formation to completely destroy the lizard creature. With the lizard creature dead, the leader of the demon soldiers would naturally not be much of a threat. The demonic youth was really ruthless. Not only did he restrain the leader of the demon soldiers, but he also killed it. This result was indeed unexpected. Swoosh! After dealing with the leader of the demon soldiers, the demonic youth took a step forward and entered the nine-headed snake formation. Master Mu Feng looked at the demonic youth with a smile and asked, "Good. Your strength has somewhat exceeded my expectations. What is your name?" The demonic youth Zhuowen nodded. Under the envious gazes of the surrounding people, he concisely said, "Demonic character." Demonic character? It's a pretty good name. When we enter the core palace later, follow beside me. If you encounter any danger, I can protect you, Master Mu Feng said in a good mood. When Mu Feng said those words, it caused quite a few people in the surroundings to reveal expressions of envy. After all, Grandmaster Mu Feng was an Arcana Heavenly Master and possessed numerous techniques. He could be considered to be the person with the most frightening strength within this group, as well as the one with the most mysterious and unfathomable strength. Being able to obtain his protection was something that many people present yearned for. The demonic youth Zhuowen shook his head and said, "I will just follow behind Master. As for any danger, I will deal with it myself." What an ungrateful fellow! After Demon Dao Zhuowen spat out these words, many people in the surroundings cursed this Demon Dao youth in their hearts for not knowing how to appreciate favors. Even Master Mu Feng frowned slightly. However, he didn't care too much about it. He smiled faintly and said, "It is indeed a good thing to have confidence. However, if you really encounter danger that you can't withstand, you can call for me. I will help you deal with it." Upon hearing this, Zhu, one of the demonic Dao, nodded and silently walked to the other side. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the lizard was finally annihilated by the nine-headed snake's attack. "Go! Keep moving forward and don't let your guard down." Master Mu Feng waved his sleeves and continued to control the nine-headed snake formation. He then led the group towards the palace world. When the nine-headed snake formation was only a few dozen feet away from the palace world, everyone in the nine-headed snake formation smiled knowingly. Their eyes were burning with passion. After going through so many checkpoints, they were finally going to reach the core of the Emperor's tomb. This palace world was so vast that even a fool would know that there must be something good inside. Rumble! Just when the nine-headed snake formation was about to reach the palace world, everyone was shocked to discover that there was a violent tremor coming from outside the nine-headed snake formation. It caused the nine-headed snake formation to stop. What is that? Quite a number of people were stunned when they felt the tremors that were spreading out. Not good. Everyone, look over there. Elder Huaxia suddenly shouted. This is big trouble. Yi Wuxin also looked into the distance and muttered with a grave expression. Zhuowen and Lu Hantian, who were in the third snake head, also raised their heads and looked into the distance. Soon after, they discovered that there was a dense amount of demon soldiers in the distance. The amount of demon soldiers was more than 10 times the amount that they had encountered before. At the head of the huge demon soldiers was a female demon covered in scales. The demon soldiers that had appeared this time were different from the ones they had encountered before. This time, the demon soldiers had sturdy bodies and sharp fins on their backs. Their surroundings were filled with a dense aura of the sea. The female demon, in the lead, held a trident in her hand. With a swing of her tail, she stepped on the waves and swept out with killing intent, causing everyone's faces to change drastically. There are over 1,000 demon soldiers this time. Isn't this number too terrifying? Everyone was terrified. Soon after, everyone's gazes turned towards Master Mufong, who was on the back of the snake. They knew that only Master Mufong would be able to solve this problem. Master Mufong was calm and composed as he said indifferently, "Accept the challenge. I will bear all the consequences. As long as you charge through these 1,000 demon soldiers, you will be able to reach the core of the Emperor's tomb. Everything you want will be there, whether it's Emperor artifacts, cultivation techniques, or elixirs. You just have to charge through these demon soldiers." Hearing Master Mufeng's words, many cultivators calmed down. The 9-headed snake formation that they were in wasn't weak. They might not be afraid of the powerful formation formed by over 1,000 demon soldiers. Kill! In an instant, the 9-headed snake formation was activated once again. It faced the huge number of demon soldiers without any fear. The female demon in the lead squinted her eyes and let out a sharp cry. With a swing of the trident in her hand, the 1,000 demon soldiers behind her let out a strange sound. Soon after, they waved their weapons in an orderly manner. In an instant, monstrous waves surged out from the top of the demon soldiers. Boom! The waves were endless and instantly engulfed the 9-headed snake formation. Soon after, miserable shrieks resounded from within the 9-headed snake formation. The weakest 9-headed snake formation, the 9th and 8th heads, were crushed by the terrifying waves in an instant. The cultivators in the 2 heads were instantly annihilated by the powerful waves. Retreat! Master Mufong frowned. With a wave of his sleeve, the 9-headed snake formation retreated out of the range of the waves. How terrifying! These 1,000 demon soldiers aren't something that we can fight against. The demon soldiers this time are much stronger than the previous one. We are no match for them. The rest of the 7 snakeheads showed a look of fear on their faces as they screamed crazily. In the 9th and 8th snakeheads, there were more than 20 Emperor Realm experts. In just one move, these 20 Emperor Realm experts were completely annihilated. This was too terrifying. They were completely terrified. Shut up. The only way to get through this is to unite as one. Otherwise, all of you will die, Master Mufong said coldly. As soon as these words came out, everyone stopped talking. They looked at Master Mufong with trembling eyes. Now, all the mid-level Emperor Realm cultivators are gathered in the first head. This head is the strongest. With the strongest cultivators, we can unleash the strongest power, Master Mufong continued. Yi Wuxin, Mo Yen, Bai Yen, Chun Haixin, Tian Jueya, and Azura Lidi looked at each other. They did not object to Master Mufeng's suggestion. They gathered together and stood in the first head. As for Demon Dao's Zhuowen, he was naturally arranged to be in the first head because he possessed the strength of a mid-level Emperor Realm cultivator. As for Zhuowen and Lu Hantian, they were naturally arranged to be in the first head because of their relationship with Mo Yen and Bai Yen. The rest of the people will be divided equally among the remaining 6 heads. Hurry up, we don't have much time to waste, Master Mufong shouted coldly. After the others recovered from their shock, they followed Grandmaster Mufeng's instructions and entered the other snakeheads. Although they did not know the purpose of Grandmaster Mufeng's sudden arrangement, they did not suspect him when they recalled his status. With the first head as the main body, the other heads as support. Kill! Master Mufong shouted coldly. Instantly, the first snakehead roared and rushed out. The remaining 6 snakeheads followed closely behind the first snakehead and continued to rush towards the thousands of demon soldiers in front of them. The banshee's mouth was filled with a cold smile. She waved her trident again and borrowed the strength of the 1,000 demon soldiers. Monstrous waves surged out from the void. This time, the waves were even more terrifying than the previous one. Master Mufong, who was seated cross-legged on the snake, stared at the powerful wave that was pouring down. His eyes narrowed slightly before he took a step forward and directly arrived on the head of the first snake. Subsequently, frightening mental energy erupted from him. Instantly, the head of the first snake, which was originally charging forward, suddenly turned around and swiftly fled to the side. This scene happened too quickly, so much so that the demoness and the other 6 snake-headed practitioners did not expect it. By the time they reacted, the 6 snake-headed practitioners had already collided with the monstrous waves. Soon after, a terrifying explosion started to spread, causing the entire space to collapse and become unstable. Go! Quickly enter the world of the palace. Master Mufong instructed. He sat cross-legged on the first head of the snake and began to command it to rush towards the world of the palace not far away. Ah, cunning human, you actually dare to play tricks in front of me. You're courting death. Only now did the banshee react. In the midst of the explosion, she took a step forward and led the 1,000 demon soldiers to chase after the first head of the snake. As for the attacks of the 6 heads of the snake, they did not cause any damage to the 1,000 demon soldiers. Master Mufong originally did not expect the 6 heads of the snake to cause any damage to the 1,000 demon soldiers. What he wanted was for the 6 heads of the snake to hold back the demon soldiers for a period of time so that he and the first head of the snake would have enough time to escape. They're so fast. Master Mufong quickly noticed the 1,000 demon soldiers that were sweeping up the monstrous waves behind him. His face darkened. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out a piece of yuan crystal and slapped it on the head of the snake. Instantly, the first head of the snake roared, and its speed increased by several times. In one move, it pulled the distance between them and the demon soldiers behind it. After about 10 breaths of time, the first head of the snake had completely entered the world of the palace. It slowly came to a stop on a large square in the middle of the palace. Damned human. Chapter 1252. Treasure Hall. It's best that you don't come out. Once you do, I will tear all of you into pieces. The demoness roared. Her demonic eyes stared coldly at Master Mufong and the others in the palace world. She actually led thousands of demonic soldiers to patrol outside the palace world. She was actually planning to wait there. In the central plaza of the palace, the first snake had gradually disappeared, revealing nearly 20 figures. Among them, Yi Wuxin, Azura Lidi, Chen Haixin, and Tian Juya, the 4 island masters, all had ugly expressions. The 4 of them did not expect Master Mufong to use the method of abandoning the pawn to protect the cart. He directly abandoned the other 6 snakeheads and rushed into the palace world with the first snakehead. It was no wonder Master Mufong had gathered all the mid-level Emperor experts in the first snakehead. It was actually for this purpose. The reason why Yi Wuxin and the other 3's faces were ugly was not because they had found their conscience. It was because the 6 snakeheads contained many elite experts from their factions. Now that Master Mufong had done this, their losses could be said to be extremely disastrous. It was a good thing that they had brought their core martial artists with them. Otherwise, if they lost their core martial artists, the forces they belonged to would really suffer a great loss. Are you very dissatisfied with my method? Master Mufong coldly snorted when he saw the ugly faces of Yi Wuxin and the others. We don't dare. Yi Wuxin and the others naturally would not speak carelessly. Master Mufong waved his hand and said, If I did not use this method of abandoning the pawn to protect the cart, I'm afraid that all of you would die. Are you sure that you can withstand the 1,000 demonic soldiers? Yi Wuxin and the others revealed a relieved expression when they heard this. Master Mufeng was right. The 1,000 demonic soldiers were too terrifying. They were likely able to crush a 6th-level Emperor expert. Even a 7th-level Emperor expert might not be able to withstand the might of the 1,000 demonic soldiers. If they blindly faced such existences head-on, there was no doubt that they would die. Master Mufeng has foresight. We have walked into a dead end. Yi Wuxin hurriedly said with a flattering smile. After hearing Grandmaster Mu Feng's explanation, the unhappiness in the hearts of Yi Wuxin and the others gradually disappeared. At the same time, their gazes landed on the palace world. This palace world had a total of 4 golden pillars that seemed to reach the sky. Each pillar towered into the clouds and supported the palace world, allowing the entire small world to stand stably within the tomb space. In this palace world, there are a total of 4 halls. Each golden pillar represents a hall. Master Mufeng stood quietly at the center of the palace world, and after he surveyed the surroundings, he calmly analyzed the situation. Zhuowen's gaze also landed on the palace world. Just like what Master Mufeng had said, there were indeed 4 majestic palaces under the 4 golden pillars that supported the palace world. Perhaps it could be said that only these 4 majestic halls existed within the palace world. Moreover, the 4 halls were extremely far away from the central square of the palace world. Zhuowen estimated that it would take him several hours to reach any of the halls at his current speed. These 4 halls should belong to different categories. Should we move together or separately? Yi Wuxin suddenly asked in a deep voice. This will depend on everyone's wishes. After all, whether or not we can obtain any benefits here will depend on our own luck. Master Mufeng laughed softly. Zhuowen of the demonic Tao took a step forward after these words were spoken. He led the Grand Devil Master, who was surging with demonic aura, and rushed towards the Eastern Hall without uttering a single word. Zhuowen of the demonic Tao's arrogant actions naturally caused everyone to frown. However, they also knew that demonic Tao cultivators were straightforward and did as they pleased. Therefore, they did not feel that it was strange for the demonic Tao's Zhuowen to do such an unconventional thing. Master Mufeng, we plan to head to the Northern Hall. We will take our leave first. Chun Haixin and Tian Jueya exchanged a look before cupping their hands together towards Master Mufeng. Then they led the remaining 2 people and rushed towards the Northern Hall. Very soon, they disappeared from everyone's sight. Although Chun Haixin and Tian Jueya were the island masters of the Sea Heart Island and the Horizon Island, these 2 islands were the weakest of the 5 strongest islands. The 2 of them were also slightly weaker than Azura Lidi, Yi Wuxin, Mo Yen, and Bai Yen. Therefore, the 2 of them had already formed an alliance before entering the Emperor Tomb. Only in this way would the 2 of them, who were originally in a weaker position, be able to obtain the greatest benefits in this Emperor Tomb. Yi Wuxin and the rest were naturally aware of Chun Haixin and Tian Jueya's intentions. However, they did not expose them. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, Yi Wuxin and Azura Lidi did not care too much. After all, the 2 of them were above average amongst the intermediate D stage. It might be a little difficult for Chun Haixin and Tian Jueya to compete with them. I'll go to the East Palace too. Azura Lidi suddenly laughed sinisterly. He brought the other mid-level Great Emperor from Azura Island towards the Eastern Palace, where Zhuowen of the demonic Tao had gone. Then I'll choose the South. Yuqing, let's go. Yi Wuxin faintly smiled as he led Yi Yuqing towards the south. In an instant, only the people from the Divine Academy were left in the plaza. They were Elder Huaxia, Mo Yen, Bai Yu, and Master Mufeng. Naturally, Zhuowen and Lu Hantian were also among them. However, their presence wasn't very strong. After all, Zhuowen was only at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm, and Lu Hantian was only at the third level of the Great Emperor realm. To the upper echelons of the strongest island present, their presence was indeed very weak. Now, only the Western Palace is left. Let's go there together. Master Mufeng faintly smiled. His gaze fell on Zhuowen, who was standing behind Mo Yen, and Bai Yen. With a wave of his sleeve, he took the lead and rushed towards the west. Elder Huaxia, Mo Yen, and Bai Yen looked at each other in dismay. They also brought their own people and followed closely behind Master Mufeng. This was an extremely magnificent palace. The entire palace, including the foundation, was carved from sparkling and translucent jade. It was filled with the aura of treasures and flowers. On the palace's door, there were 3 large words carved in flamboyant calligraphy. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice, "Treasure Vault." "Ha ha, looks like our luck isn't bad. The palace that we've chosen is actually the treasure vault. There should be many good things hidden inside," Master Mufeng said with a laugh. "Master Mufeng, what are the things inside?" Elder Huaxia suddenly asked. There was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Master Mufeng was an arcane, heavenly master. Perhaps he might not be a match for Elder Huaxia in a face-to-face fight. However, the former had many restrictions and formations. These things were enough to deal with a 6th-level emperor. If there were good things inside, they would definitely not be able to compete with Master Mufeng. Master Mufeng faintly smiled and said, "This treasure vault occupies an extremely vast area. It shouldn't be that easy to find treasures inside. Everything still depends on fate. I've already said before that if any of you are able to obtain any treasures, it will be your own fate. Naturally, I won't do something like snatch it by force." After hearing these words, Elder Huaxia, Mo Yen, and Bai Yan's eyes lit up. The tensed expression on their faces also relaxed. They were most afraid that Master Mufeng would snatch it by force. After all, an arcane heavenly master was not someone that an ordinary emperor could deal with. "Let's go in and take a look." Master Mufeng waved his sleeve. Surging mental energy gushed out and instantly destroyed the restrictions on the surface of the palace door. After which, the thick and heavy palace door opened to both sides, revealing a dark hall inside. After stepping into the hall, Zhuowen felt an ancient aura that filled the hall. This caused him to feel deep veneration. He knew that this hall had existed for a very long time. It was so long that he could only look up to it. At the same time, he also noticed that there were many corridors within the hall. There were many of them, and they extended to the deepest part of the hall. No one knew where these corridors led to and what existed at the end of the corridors. "Let's enter the center of the hall first. I can feel the existence of a formation within the hall. This formation will move strangely as we move within the hall. If we don't break this formation, I'm afraid that our chances of obtaining any treasures will be very low." Master Mufeng took a few steps within the hall. His gaze became quite solemn. "Let's go. Let's enter the center of the hall first." Immediately, Elder Huaxia, Mo Yen, and Bai Yen also agreed. Hence, the group followed behind Master Mufeng. They walked along the corridors and headed towards the deepest part of the hall. Since Master Mufeng was an array grandmaster, he did not get too lost in the tangled and complicated corridors of the hall. Although Zhuowen was also an arcane master, he was only at the initial 6th tier. There was a huge gap between him and an arcane heavenly master like Mufeng. Therefore, if he was the one walking in the hall, he might get lost. However, Mufeng would not. "It should be here." Mufeng's voice suddenly rang out. Immediately, the crowd behind him came to a halt as their gazes landed in front of Mufeng, only to see a spacious an empty hall. Within the hall, there was a jade-colored praying mat. That jade-colored praying mat quietly floated in the air, while a jade-colored glow slowly spread out. Appearing just like a million rays of light, it illuminated the dimly lit hall. If my guess is correct, this jade-colored praying mat should be the control center of this hall. Once I control this control center, I will be able to destroy the formation within the hall. At that time, I will be able to wantonly search for treasures within the hall. As he spoke, Master Mufong took a step into the hall. Immediately, he sat cross-legged on the jade-colored praying mat. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and set up a defensive restriction around his body, after which he began to refine the jade-colored praying mat within the hall. Chapter 1253. Treasure Hunt, however, what Master Mufong said was reasonable, although Zhuowen felt that something was wrong. Elder Huaxia, Mo Yen, and Bai Yen did not sense anything. They only felt that Master Mufeng's actions were very normal. Mufong is refining the entire treasure repository. Suddenly, Xiao Hei's voice appeared in Zhuowen's mind once again. This caused Zhuowen to frown slightly. Soon after, he asked anxiously, "Xiao Hei, what happened to you earlier? Why didn't you respond when I called you?" Xiao Hei muttered to herself for a while before she said in a deep voice, "Just now, I felt a very loathsome aura above the gully. If I had transmitted my voice to you at that time, I would have immediately been locked onto by that aura. Therefore, I did not answer your question at that time." A very loathsome aura. Are you talking about the strange human figure that appeared briefly above the gully? Could that aura be emitted by that strange human figure? Zhuowen suddenly asked. It should be. However, that strange human figure did not reveal its true appearance. I am also unable to determine exactly what kind of creature it is. However, I can feel that it is very ominous. You should be careful, Xiao Hei said solemnly. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. However, he was quite shocked in his heart. Even Xiao Hei felt fear. Exactly what kind of existence was that strange human figure? However, after pondering for a while, Zhuowen gave up on this idea. Even Xiao Hei was unable to determine exactly what kind of creature it was. Therefore, even if he racked his brains, he would not be able to obtain an answer. Therefore, his gaze quickly landed on Master Mufong as he asked, "Xiao Hei, you said that Master Mufong is refining the entire treasure repository?" He said that he is refining this jade-colored praying mat to stop the formation restrictions in the treasure repository. However, Xiao Hei replied in an indifferent tone, "This Mufong didn't say everything. He has refined the entire treasure trove palace, so he can naturally control the restrictions and formations within the treasure trove palace as he wishes. Wouldn't it be an extremely simple matter for him to make them stop?" Zhuowen was stunned. Soon after, his eyes narrowed as he stared at Grandmaster Mufeng's figure. He was somewhat puzzled as to why Grandmaster Mufong wanted to hide this matter from them. Isn't it to monopolize all the treasures in the treasure trove palace? Xiao Hei chuckled. Does he intend to take all the treasures in the treasure trove palace for himself? Zhuowen's expression immediately turned ugly. Xiao Hei replied with a sneer, "That shouldn't be the case. Otherwise, it would be very easy for him to incur everyone's anger. That Mufong should be planning to hide the most important treasures in the treasure trove palace after taking control of it. As for the less important treasures, he will naturally leave them for you." Upon hearing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly. If what Xiao Hei had said was true, this Mufong was truly sinister. Although he wanted to expose this matter, he ultimately chose to remain silent when he recalled the respect that Elder Huaxia, Moyen, and Bai Yen had for Grandmaster Mufong. After all, If Elder Washi, Moyen, and Bayen suspected that Zhuowen had ulterior motives, Zhuowen might suffer a calamity. Although Zhuowen's fighting strength was very strong, it was simply not enough to face existences like Elder Washi, Moyen, and Bayen, let alone the even more terrifying Grandmaster Mufeng. Brat, there is no need for you to be dispirited. When Mufeng is done refining, this Dragon Lord will use my divine sense to help you. After Mufeng takes control of the Treasure Trove Palace, he will, at the very most, hide the most important treasures. Moreover, he might even hide them in an even more secretive manner. At that time, you can follow me and find those important treasures. Mufeng will not be able to do anything to you. After all, it is your good fortune to be able to find them. Ha ha! Xiao He laughed sinisterly. Upon hearing this, Zhuowen nodded his head. Soon after, he quietly waited for Grandmaster Mufeng. A moment later, Grandmaster Mufeng slowly opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth revealed a faint smile as he said, "The central area has already been refined by me. The restrictions and formations within the palace have basically been destroyed by me. Everyone can explore the Treasure Trove Palace on their own. If you discover any treasures within, they will all belong to you." As his words rang out, Elder Huaxia, Mo Yen, and Bai Yen revealed fiery expressions within their eyes. Soon after, they impatiently rushed towards the other corridors. Naturally, Bai Yu and the other 5 were not to be outdone. Although they had some small conflicts with Zhuowen, they truly did not have the time to bother about him within the Treasure Trove Palace. Big Brother Hantian, let's split up and search. This way, the chances of finding treasures will be higher, Zhuowen said to Lu Hantian, who was beside him. The two of them rushed towards different directions. As they passed through the corridors, Zhuowen discovered many sealed stone rooms. Continue walking in. This Dragon Lord has already used my divine sense to investigate. These stone rooms are all empty. Xiao Hei's indifferent voice rang out within Zhuowen's mind. Naturally, Zhuowen did not stop for even a moment as he passed through one stone room after another. After passing through 7 or 8 stone rooms, Xiao Hei suddenly exclaimed softly, "Stop! There are fluctuations of soul treasures on your left. Go in and take a look." Zhuowen's footsteps paused. Soon after, his right hand clenched into a fist as he ferociously smashed it against the stone door on his left. A terrifying power erupted, causing the stone door to shatter into pieces. Zhuowen took a step inside. These are all soul treasures? Stepping into the stone room, Zhuowen's entire body trembled. His gaze was startled as it landed on a rather large table in the middle of the stone room. On the table, there were various kinds of soul treasures. From the aura that these soul treasures gave off, they were actually all earthly soul treasures. Furthermore, they should be of good quality amongst the earthly soul treasures. These soul treasures included knives, spears, rods, long swords, large halberds, diamond rings, long needles, large hammers, long shuttles, porcelain bottles, horsetail whisks, luxurious clothes, and many more. Zhuowen roughly estimated that the number of soul treasures on this large table was actually in the hundreds. Take all of them. Without another word, Zhuowen shook his sleeves. A wave of space energy spread out, and all the soul treasures on the table were kept in his spirit ring. Although these soul treasures were all earthly soul treasures, they might not be of much use to Zhuowen. However, these hundreds of earthly soul treasures were not a small fortune. Furthermore, Zhuowen had established the Ryuka clan behind him. Although these earthly soul treasures might not be of use to him, they could definitely be used by the Ryuka clan. After all, the Ryuka clan needed to nurture talents. This required a lot of resources. Naturally, soul treasures were indispensable. After keeping the hundreds of earthly soul treasures on the table, Mufeng who was in the center of the treasure trove palace, frowned slightly. This was because he had sensed that someone had found the location of the treasure trove palace so quickly. However, fortunately, the treasures in the stone room were all earthly soul treasures. Mu Feng did not care too much about them. His main concern was the emperor weapons in the treasure trove palace. Although he controlled the treasure trove palace, he could only roughly know the location of the treasures hidden in the main hall. It was impossible for him to know who had taken the treasures. If he wanted to know, he had to personally go there to confirm the identity. After all, Huixia, Mo Yen, and Bai Yen are mid-level emperors. If they do not find any emperor weapons in the treasure trove palace, they will definitely be suspicious. It's better to release a few emperor weapons and hide the rest. I'll keep them after they've finished searching. Mu Feng's eyes flickered. After muttering to himself for a while, he began to adjust the control center. He hid the more important emperor weapons in more obscure places. Of course, he would still release some emperor weapons. However, the quality of these emperor weapons would not be too good. There are signs of the array in the hall faintly shaking. I'm afraid that Mu Feng is tampering with it. Brat, follow my instructions. This time, Mu Feng should be hiding some important treasures. We'll go against him and find all the hidden emperor weapons. Xiaohe coldly smiled. Soon after, her divine sense swept out and instructed Zhuowen to head to the stone rooms in front of them. He specifically chose the secret room where Mu Feng was hiding. 3 low-level emperor weapons. Another 2 low-level emperor weapons. They're actually mid-level emperor weapons. Furthermore, they're attack-type mid-level emperor weapons. Zhuowen followed Xiaohe's instructions. As he walked, he actually found 6 emperor weapons in less than 10 minutes. 5 of them were low-level emperor weapons, and 1 was mid-level emperor weapon. Every single one of them emitted a dazzling brilliance. How is this possible? 6 emperor weapons have actually been found. Mu Feng suddenly opened his eyes in the hall of the treasure trove palace. His mouth turned into a circle as he muttered to himself in disbelief. Another 2 mid-level emperor weapons have been found. Who is it? Who exactly is it that has actually found my hidden emperor weapons so quickly? Mu Feng tightly clenched his fists as his gaze turned increasingly dark and cold. Just a moment ago, he was still in high spirits, imagining the fruits of his labor in the treasure trove palace. However, someone had directly snatched the fruits of his labor. In an instant, 8 hidden emperor weapons had been found. This was no different from someone viciously slapping him in the face. Furthermore, the 2 high-level emperor weapons in the treasure trove palace are hidden in extremely well-hidden places. There shouldn't be anyone who can find them. Mu Feng calmed down the shock in his heart before muttering to himself. The most precious items in the entire treasure trove palace were undoubtedly the 2 high-level emperor weapons. He had only discovered them after refining the entire treasure trove palace. At his level, only high-level emperor weapons could catch his eye. Naturally, mid-level emperor weapons were not cheap. If he had one, it would naturally be the icing on the cake. However, he did not really care if he did not have one. It was fine as long as the 2 high-level emperor weapons had not been found. Creak! Just as Mu Feng thought of this, he suddenly clenched his right hand, causing the crisp sound of bones cracking to ring out. That was because he could sense that one of the 2 high-level emperor weapons hidden in the depths of the treasure trove palace had been taken away by someone. Bastard, you've even found a high-level emperor weapon. Exactly who is it? Mu Feng roared out in a low voice before smashing his fist furiously against the wall on his right. Terrifying power radiated out, causing the entire hall to violently shake. Countless shattered rocks fell from the ceiling of the hall. I have to find that bastard. I can't let him continue searching. Chapter 12:54. Tiger head clear gold spear in front of a rather hidden rock wall in the treasure hall. A figure stared blankly at the rock wall in front of him. At this moment, a hole that was dozens of meters wide had appeared on the rock wall in front of him. A large spear quietly stood within the hole. The body of the spear was made from mixed iron and steel. It was 10 feet long and 1 foot long. The spearhead was in the shape of a gilded tiger head. The tiger's mouth was made from white gold, and it was incomparably sharp. Moreover, Zhuowen could faintly hear a trace of a tiger's roar from within the spear. It was as if an ancient, ferocious tiger existed within the spear, and it was unstoppable. 5 seal characters were engraved on the surface of the gilded spear. Zhuowen stared at the 5 seal characters and muttered in a low voice, "Tiger head clear gold spear." Previously, upon hearing Xiaohei's instructions, Zhuowen had smashed open the ordinary-looking rock wall in front of him with a punch. As a result, the tiger head clear gold spear had appeared before his eyes. However, what caused him to be stunned was the frightening emperor aura emitted from the tiger head clear gold spear, which actually caused his heart to tremble. This is a high-rank emperor weapon. It definitely is. Zhuowen's pupils shrunk slightly, while his stunned expression turned into a fiery one. He did not expect that such a powerful soul treasure, like a high-rank emperor weapon, would be hidden in such an inconspicuous place. "Kid, hurry up and keep it. Even though this is the treasure hall, high-rank emperor weapons are extremely rare. Now that you have obtained one of the high-rank soul treasures, Mufeng will definitely sense it. I'm afraid that fellow is already on his way here. Hurry up and keep it, and run." Xiaohei's voice suddenly rang out in Zhuowen's mind, causing the stunned Zhuowen to immediately wake up. Without further ado, he grasped the tiger head clear gold spear in his hand, took a step forward, and immediately disappeared from the rock wall. Not long after Zhuowen left, a tall and imposing figure suddenly landed at this place. His gaze landed on the already empty rock wall, as his expression became extremely ugly. He muttered in a low voice, "Damn it, I'm a step too late. I'll be waiting at another spot. I want to see exactly who took away the 9 emperor weapons time and time again." After speaking, Mufeng coldly snorted before disappearing from this rock wall. He rushed towards the location of another emperor weapon, intending to wait. Zhuowen swiftly traversed through a corridor, while an excited smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He did not expect that he would actually be able to obtain a high-rank emperor weapon so easily. To him, this was truly somewhat inconceivable. The demonic slaughtering blade was given to my demonic avatar. My actual body just so happens to be lacking an offensive, high-rank emperor weapon. This tiger head clear gold spear has arrived at the right time, Zhuowen said with a smile at the corners of his mouth. "You can refine this tiger head clear gold spear later. Let's continue searching. However, we have to be a little more cautious this time. Mufeng already knows that a high-rank emperor weapon has been taken away. He should not be willing to let this matter rest. We cannot appear too shrewd, and should appear more normal." Xiaohei continued. Zhuowen nodded his head. This time, he did not rely on Xiaohei's spiritual sense. Instead, he relied on himself to explore the treasure trove palace. However, it had to be said that exploring the vast treasure trove palace by himself was an extremely difficult task. Furthermore, the efficiency was extremely low. Zhuowen had to blast open one secret chamber after another in order to find out if there were any treasures within. Furthermore, there were so many secret chambers within the treasure trove palace. Therefore, using this method was extremely time-consuming. The efficiency is really low. Zhuowen stood dispiritedly outside a stone chamber. For hours had already passed, yet he had not found anything. If he had the support of Xiaohei's spiritual sense, he would probably be able to find quite a few treasures by now. However, Zhuowen also knew that Xiaohei's spiritual sense would consume a lot of origin energy. Previously, he had already obtained quite a few good things. Naturally, he did not want to rely on Xiaohei anymore. Zhuowen! Suddenly, a voice came from behind Zhuowen. Shortly after, Zhuowen turned his head and saw Master Mu Feng's smiling face. Zhuowen's heart trembled. However, he maintained a calm expression on his face. He smiled and said, "Master Mu Feng, may I know what advice you have for me?" Master Mu Feng took a deep look at Zhuowen. Then he asked somewhat casually, "Did you find anything before this?" Zhuowen was slightly dispirited as he said, "It's difficult. There are too many secret chambers within the treasure trove palace. If you want to know what treasures are inside, you have to blast them open one by one. Moreover, the exterior of these stone chambers has the effect of shielding them from detection. Our ordinary spiritual sense is simply unable to detect what is inside." Master Mu Feng stared straight at Zhuowen. His eyes revealed a pondering expression. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "You are right. However, there should be quite a few treasures within this treasure trove palace. You should be able to find some good things if you continue to search." "Thank you for your kind words," Zhuowen said with a smile. "Zhuowen, since you have cultivated my river diagram array, you can be considered as half a disciple of mine. How is your progress with the river diagram array?" Master Mu Feng suddenly asked. Zhuowen nodded his head and said, "I have a basic grasp of the river diagram array. Its might is also not bad. Of course, it is still incomparable to Master Mu Feng's. Okay, I will not delay your search for treasures. You can go by yourself." Master Mu Feng was expressionless as he waved his sleeves. Zhuowen cupped his hands once again. Soon after, he slowly retreated. Soon, he disappeared from Master Mu Feng's sight. Master Mu Feng silently looked at Zhuowen's back as he left. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. When Zhuowen completely disappeared from his sight, he muttered in a low voice, "It seems that the one who obtained the Emperor weapon so many times was not this Zhuowen. However, who was it? It would be safer for me to keep the remaining high-grade Emperor weapon." As he spoke, Grandmaster Mu Feng disappeared from the corridor. On the other side of the corridor, Zhuowen stopped in his tracks. His gaze turned gloomy. He knew that the reason why Grandmaster Mu Feng looked for him was because he was suspicious of him. Fortunately, Blackie had asked him to act normal. After all, given Grandmaster Mu Feng's strength, he would not be able to detect him if he quietly approached him. If he had relied on Xiaohei's spiritual sense to search for treasures, he would have definitely exposed himself in front of Master Mu Feng. At that time, he would be in deep trouble. After Master Mu Feng left, Zhuowen no longer dared to use Xiaohei's spiritual sense to search for treasures. After all, he had already found quite a number of spiritual treasures and was not in a hurry. In the following period of time, his luck was not bad, and he found some earthly spiritual treasures. Therefore, he did not hesitate to keep them in his spirit ring. Half a day later, Master Mu Feng's communication jade, Talisman, sent a message asking them to gather at the central area of the treasure repository. Zhuowen naturally rushed to the central area's main hall without stopping. When Zhuowen arrived at the main hall, Elder Huaxia, Moyan, Baiyan, and the others were already waiting there. Even Lu Hantian had arrived before him. After entering the main hall, Zhuowen directly went to Lu Hantian's side. At the same time, he secretly transmitted a message. "Big Brother Hantian, how was your harvest?" The corners of Lu Hantian's mouth curled into a smile as he replied via sound transmission. There are indeed many treasures in this treasure trove palace. I found a lot of Earth Step Spirit treasures and even a low-level Emperor weapon. However, compared to Elder Hyuxi, Moyen, and Bai Yin, my luck is pretty bad. Oh, could it be that they obtained mid-grade Emperor weapons? Zhuowen asked in astonishment. That's right, both of them obtained mid-tier monarch artifacts. Lu Hantian replied somewhat enviously. Zhuowen's gaze also fell on Elder Huaxia, Moyen, and Bai Yin because of Lu Hantian's words. After seeing the smiles on their faces, he knew that Lu Hantian's information should be correct. Master Mufeng, why did you call us here? Moyen and Bai Yin suddenly asked. Master Mufeng's eyes flickered as he said, the fifth palace is about to appear. The fifth palace? Everyone's eyes narrowed, and they were filled with astonishment. If they guessed correctly, there were only 4 palaces in this palace world. Where did the fifth palace come from? The treasure repository was refined by me, and the other 3 palaces have also been successfully refined by others. When all 4 palaces have been refined, the fifth palace will appear. It is said that the fifth palace is the palace of the strongest expert in the imperial region. Master Mufeng suddenly said, Rumble! Before Master Mufeng could finish his words, a wave of intense tremors spread from afar. The entire treasure repository violently shook, and everyone standing in the central area was unable to stand steadily. Their hands and feet staggered, and they almost fell. What's happening? Moyen and Bai Yin knitted their brows and said with unease. The others' expressions were no different from Moyen and Bai Yin. Let's go. Let's go out and take a look. Master Mufeng suddenly said. He took a step forward and rushed out of the treasure repository. Everyone looked at each other. Naturally, it was impossible for them to stay here alone, and they all followed closely behind. That's the fifth palace? When Master Mufeng and the others arrived at the entrance of the treasure repository, they saw an incomparably huge palace slowly rising from the ground at the center of the palace world. This palace was dazzling in gold and jade, and it emitted a rainbow light. It looked extremely grand and magnificent. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Without saying anything, Master Mufeng directly rushed over, and Elder Hyuxi followed closely behind. Just as Moyen and Bai Yin were about to set off, Zhuowen pulled them back, causing the latter to frown and ask, "What's wrong, Zhuowen?" "Dean, I keep feeling that the central palace is a little strange. It's best for us to be careful." Zhuowen hesitated for a while, and suddenly said, "The Emperor Tomb is filled with danger, so I will naturally be careful. Let's gather there first," Moyen and Bai Yin said with a gentle smile. Very quickly, Master Mufeng and the others arrived in front of the palace. At the same time, Chen Haixin and Tian Juya from the north, demonic Dao Zhuowen and Azura Lidi from the east, and Yi Wuxin and the others from the south all arrived and gathered around the fifth palace. Azura Lidi, why are you in such a miserable state?" Yi Wuxin suddenly looked at Azura Lidi behind demonic Dao Zhuowen and could not help but ask in surprise. Chapter 1255. The fifth palace Azura Lidi's expression changed slightly when he heard Yi Wuxian's question. Immediately, he glared hatefully at Zhuowen's back and snorted coldly without saying anything. Yi Wuxian took a deep look at Zhuowen when he saw Azura Lidi's reaction. It seemed that Azura Lidi had suffered quite a lot of setbacks at the hands of this demonic youth in the Eastern Palace. At the same time, Yi Wuxian's gaze became somewhat cautious when he looked at Zhuowen. Although this person's cultivation was only at the 3rd level Demon Emperor level, his fighting strength was likely extraordinary. This could be seen from the fact that Azura Li Di had suffered a great loss at his hands. Grandmaster Mu Feng also glanced at the demonic youth in astonishment. He had naturally seen the expression in Azura Li Di's eyes. Azura Li Di should have been completely suppressed by this demonic youth in the Eastern Palace. Everyone, may I know who has successfully refined the other 3 palace hubs? Grandmaster Mu Feng suddenly asked with a smile. The Southern Palace has been refined by me. Yiwu Xian replied with a smile. The Northern Palace has been refined by me. Chen Haixin replied indifferently. What about the Eastern Palace? Grandmaster Mu Feng suddenly looked at Azura, Li Di, and Zhuowen as he asked with a smile. The gazes of the others also gathered over. Azura Li Di's miserable appearance was naturally seen by everyone. Therefore, it was very likely that the refiner of the Eastern Palace was not the Azura Li Di that everyone thought highly of. I have refined it. Demonic Zhuowen replied indifferently. Indeed, when Zhuowen of the demonic Tao said this, everyone's eyes revealed a look of understanding. Soon after, everyone's eyes were dyed with a tinge of fear. To be able to suppress Azura Li Di to the point that he was unable to do anything, this demonic Tao youth strength was likely extremely terrifying. Heroes really come from the youth. Mo, when you are still young, but you are actually able to successfully refine a palace. That is rare and commendable. Grandmaster Mu Feng nodded and casually said some polite words. However, Azura Li Di's words were exceptionally ironic. After all, he should be the one to refine the Eastern Palace. However, he didn't expect the strength of the demonic youth in front of him to be so terrifying. When he was fighting for the control of the central control of the palace, he was actually defeated by him. Grandmaster, you flatter me. I was just lucky to be able to refine the Eastern Palace. Devil Tao cultivator Zhuowen faintly smiled. In his heart, he was secretly happy. The Eastern Palace was the Spirit Medicine Palace. There were all kinds of spirit herbs planted there, and among them there was no lack of 7th-grade spirit herbs. After refining the Spirit Medicine Palace, all the spirit herbs inside would be under Zhuowen's control. This was a huge fortune. If Zhuowen's estimation was correct, all the herbs in the spiritual elixir hall could be used to nurture hundreds or thousands of 4 venerables, close to 100 celestial venerables, and more than 10 Emperor Realm cultivators. Ryuka needed these herbs very much, so Zhuowen was very excited. On the other hand, Mu Feng only smiled. If he really believed that the demonic youth had obtained the right to refine the Eastern Palace by luck, then he would really be a fool. Grandmaster Mu Feng, what is this 5th palace that suddenly appeared? Yi Wuxing suddenly asked. Grandmaster Mu Feng didn't hide anything and said indifferently, if I'm not wrong, this 5th palace should be the palace of the strongest expert of the sovereign domain. After all, this is the core of the sovereign tomb. It's impossible for the strongest expert of the sovereign domain not to build a palace for himself. Is it a palace? Could it be that the inheritance of the strongest expert of the sovereign domain is inside? Elder Huaxia suddenly interjected. His eyes were burning with passion. Ordinary Emperor Realm cultivators were nothing to them. However, a half-step Saint Realm cultivator was above the Emperor Realm. The inheritance left behind by a half-step Saint Realm cultivator was enough to tempt everyone present. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not very sure. Grandmaster Mu Feng shook his head and said, I'll first check the palace's door and see if there's any way to open it. Grandmaster Mu Feng said as he slowly walked towards the palace's door. His eyes quietly examined the door before him. There was a misty light barrier in front of the palace's door. The light barrier emitted multicolored flowing lights, like multicolored bubbles. It looked rather resplendent. Everyone silently looked at Grandmaster Mu Feng's actions. He waved his sleeve, and a terrifying mental energy instantly gushed out. Soon after, Grandmaster Mu Feng's right hand repeatedly pointed at the void. Unexpectedly, 7 dots of light appeared in the sky above him. They were like the Big Dipper in the night sky. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Shortly after, the multicolored flowing light barrier in front of the palace's door was broken open, revealing the ancient palace's door behind it. There was a huge groove in the palace's door that was tightly shut. How do we open the palace's door? Yi Wu Xin came to Grandmaster Mu Feng's side and asked with a frown. This 5th palace appeared after the palaces at the 4 corners were refined. Perhaps the method to open the doors of this palace has something to do with the central key of the palaces. The Western Palace I'm in is the Treasure Trove Palace. The central key is this jade-colored praying mat. Take out yours as well. Perhaps you can try to open the doors of this palace. Grandmaster Mu Feng continued. Chun Haixin, Yi Wuxin, and Zhuo, one of the demonic Dao, looked at each other with hesitation on their faces. Their respective keys were used to control their respective palaces and were extremely important items to them. They were truly hesitant to take out their keys at this moment. If the 3 of you aren't willing, I won't force you. After all, the central key is something that the 3 of you have obtained. However, I'm afraid that there's no other way to enter the 5th palace. Grandmaster Mu Feng said with a smile. Yi Wu Xian's eyes flickered. He took out a jade-colored longsword and said, "The palace I'm entering is the 100-weapon hall. This jade sword is the central key of the 100-weapon hall." Grandmaster Mu Feng nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, the jade-colored longsword returned to his palm. His gaze fell on Chun Haixin and demonic Dao Zhuowen. He said indifferently, "How long are the 2 of you going to hesitate? You should have seen the treasures in the 4 great palaces. The 5th palace is even more majestic and powerful than the 4 great palaces. The treasures inside will only be better and more numerous. What is there to hesitate about?" Brother Chun, Grandmaster Mu Feng is right. The treasures in the 5th palace will only be more powerful and precious than the other 4 great palaces. There's nothing to hesitate about. Tian Juya, who was beside Chun Haixin, suddenly advised. The 2 of them had already formed an alliance. Before entering the 100-weapon hall, the 2 of them had already agreed to split the treasures in the 100-weapon hall 50-50. Therefore, it didn't matter who refined the central key. Chun Haixin nodded. He also took out a jade-colored book from his sleeve and said, "The palace we're in is called the Skills Method Hall. Everything inside is Skills Method Hall. This jade-colored book is the central key of the Skills Method Hall." After keeping the jade-colored book, the smile on Grandmaster Mu Feng's face grew even wider. Soon after, his gaze shifted slightly. In the end, it landed on demonic Dao Zhuowen as he waited for the latter's reply. The gazes of the others also landed on demonic Dao Zhuowen. They were all waiting for demonic Dao Zhuowen to hand over the central key. At that time, they would be able to open the 5th palace and enter it to obtain even better treasures. Demonic Dao Zhuowen looked at Grandmaster Mu Feng, whose eyes were filled with fanaticism. His eyebrows slightly knitted together as he said, "The palace in the east is called the Spiritual Elixir Palace. There are various kinds of spiritual elixirs inside. The central key I obtained is this jade-colored spiritual grass." After saying that, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and took out a jade-colored spiritual grass. His indifferent voice slowly resounded. "Since that's the case, hurry up and hand it over. The sooner we open the 5th palace, the sooner everyone will be able to obtain the final opportunity. At that time, everyone will be happy." The smile on Grandmaster Mu Feng's face grew even wider. The fanaticism in his eyes also became even deeper. Seeing Grandmaster Mufeng's appearance, demonic Dao Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Let me think about it." Grandmaster Mufeng's expression turned sluggish. Soon after, he said in a deep voice, "What's there to think about? The fifth palace is right in front of us. By saying this, don't tell me you don't intend to gather the central key and enter the palace to search for treasures?" Yi Wuxin, Chen Haixin, and the rest also looked at demonic Dao Zhuowen in astonishment. Clearly, they didn't understand why the latter didn't hand over the fourth central key. After all, if they gathered all four keys, they would be able to open the fifth palace. Everyone could enter together and see their own opportunities. Demonic Dao Zhuowen smiled and said, "Because I don't really trust you." When these words came out, the surrounding atmosphere immediately froze. Grandmaster Mufeng was stunned. Even the people behind Grandmaster Mufeng were stunned. They clearly didn't expect that the demonic Dao youth in front of them would actually say such shocking words. "Oh, you don't trust me? All right, I won't force you." Grandmaster Mufeng's eyes flickered, and he suddenly said cheerfully, "Grandmaster Mufeng, how can you just let it go like this? After gathering all four keys, we will be able to open the fifth palace. How can you just let it go because of this fellow? In my opinion, we should just snatch the fourth key from this fellow. There's no need to reason with this fellow." Yi Wuxin coldly snorted and said with an extremely unfriendly gaze. Grandmaster Mufeng shook his head and said hypocritically, "I said just now that I won't force you to hand over the central key. Since Mo Wen doesn't want to hand it over, I won't force you either." "Grandmaster Mufeng, we know that you won't force us. However, we can force you. I must enter the fifth palace, and I will kill anyone who tries to stop me. A mere third heaven demon emperor dares to be arrogant in front of me. Let's see if you will hand over the central key after I capture you." Yi Wuxin coldly smiled and took a step forward. Demonic energy surged out, and the pale green color in his eyes became even more intense. He looked extremely terrifying. Boom! A terrifying demonic energy came crushing down and formed a huge demonic palm in the air. It was like a mountain falling down. Chapter 1256. Turning hostile, Zhuowen of the demonic Dao coldly snorted and straightened his back. Rolling demonic clouds soared into the sky, and he also blasted out a palm. Endless extreme demonic battle chi gathered in the air, turning into a huge demonic hand that also blasted towards the huge demonic palm. In the void, the palms collided. Suddenly, a terrifying gale swept out, and countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space. The aftermath of the collision between the two was actually so terrifying. The collision of the palms only lasted for a moment before it was completely annihilated. Zhuowen of the demonic Dao and Yi Wuxin both retreated several steps. Yi Wuxin retreated 4 or 5 steps, while Zhuowen of the demonic Dao retreated 7 or 8 steps. It was obvious that Zhuowen of the demonic Dao was at a disadvantage in this confrontation. A fourth-layer demon emperor's battle prowess is indeed extraordinary. Zhuowen of the demonic Dao frowned and muttered in a low voice. Yi Wuxin's eyes narrowed. He was also a little surprised by Zhuowen of the demonic Dao's strength. He coldly snorted and rushed out again. At the same time, he said to the people behind him, "Azura of the earth, Chen Haixin, Tian, Juya, Elder Hyuxi, Mo Yen, and Bai Yin, what are you still standing there for? Don't you want to enter the fifth palace? This is a good opportunity. Hurry up and lend me a hand to take down this kid. I've long been displeased with this demonic Dao youth. Since Brother Wuxin has invited me, I'll lend you a hand." Azura of the earth sneered. He took a step forward and attacked Zhuowen of the demonic Dao from behind. Billowing blood-colored energy gushed out from his body. forming an extremely thick blood-colored armor on the surface of his body. At the same time, a large jade-colored bow had appeared in his right hand. It was the mid-grade Emperor artifact, the Jade Fate Bow, that he had obtained in the Azura Island auction. Die! He pulled back the bowstring with his right hand, drawing the Jade Fate Bow into a full moon. Then he loosened his fingers, and 3 jade-colored arrows shot through the air, flying towards the back of the demonic cultivator, Zhuowen. Sharp, whistling sounds filled the air, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Demonic Zhuowen's eyes sank, and the slaughtering devil's saber appeared in his hand. With a twist of his waist, the slaughtering devil's saber spun along his side and ruthlessly slashed at the 3 arrows. With muffled bangs, the 3 arrows were directly annihilated by the slaughtering devil's saber. The instant Azura made his move, Chen Haixin and Tian Jueyao exchanged glances. Although they did not say anything, the 2 of them rushed out at the same time. Powerful Emperor's aura spread out and directly surrounded Zhuowen. Elder, let's make a move too. Bai Yu's eyes lit up as he spoke to Elder Huaxia, who was standing beside him. Back in the temple, he had been defeated by this demonic youth in front of everyone. Even the heart of imperial power had been snatched away by him. This matter was extremely humiliating for him. Therefore, when Yi Wuxin attacked Zhuowen, he was ready to make a move. He planned to use everyone's strength to kill demonic Zhuowen in one fell swoop. Although Bai Yu was a junior, he was still a 4th-layer martial emperor. In terms of battle strength, although he was not as strong as Yi Wuxin and Azura, he was on par with Sea Heart Island's Island Lord Chen Haixin and Sky Edge Island's Island Lord Tian Jueyao. You should make a move. The few of you should be enough to take him down. After all, he is only a 3rd-layer demon emperor. Elder Huaxia shook his head. He was considered the strongest in this group. His cultivation was close to the 6th-layer martial emperor realm. Naturally, he disdained to join forces with others to deal with cultivators weaker than him. He had his own dignity. Bai Yu was startled, but he soon understood Elder Huaxia's thoughts. He nodded and stepped forward, joining the battle between Yi Wuxin and Azura. Tai Mo, block Yi Wuxin and Azura for me. Demonic Zhuowen's eyes were filled with chilliness when he saw Chen Haixin, Tian Jueyao, and Bai Yu rushing over. He called out to Tai Mo Lord, who was not far away, and hurriedly retreated. Let's see where you're going. Yi Wuxin and Azura, standing ground, narrowed their eyes and shouted. With surging power, they chased after the retreating Zhuowen. But very soon, a demonic cloud, even more terrifying than Zhuowen's, appeared in front of them, blocking their path. At the same time, Yi Wuxin and Azura Lidi saw a hunchbacked old man shrouded in demonic aura slowly walk out of the demonic clouds. If you want to chase after my master, you'll have to pass through me first. Tai Mo Lord glanced indifferently at Yi Wuxin and Azura. Demonic chi surged from his body, and his battle intent soared. You're also a 3rd-level demon emperor? Humph, you want to stop us? What wishful thinking. Yi Wuxin and Azura glanced at each other. They did not pay too much attention to the old man. The demonic youth, who was also a 3rd-level demon emperor, could only retreat under their attacks. Now that a 3rd-level demon emperor had appeared, the 2 of them naturally did not pay too much attention to him. However, the 2 of them were wrong. Tai Mo Lord was once a high-level demon emperor. Although his cultivation had fallen to his current level due to various reasons, he was still much stronger than Zhuowen, who was a 3rd-level demon emperor. After all, as a former high-level demon emperor, the power that Tai Mo Lord could use was much stronger than ordinary 3rd-level demon emperors. Boom, boom, boom. The moment Tai Mo Lord unleashed his power, Yi Wuxin and Azura's expressions changed slightly. They could sense that the aura from this ordinary-looking old man was actually much stronger than the demonic youth. So powerful. Yi Wuxin and Azura glanced at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Afterwards, the two of them shot out at the same time. Their speed soared to the limit, and they flanked Tai Mo Lord from both sides. Yi Wuxin wielded the snake-shaped halberd, while Azura wielded the jade fate bow. Terrifying energy enveloped Tai Mo Lord with a sharp momentum. Tai Mo Lord sucked in a deep breath. He clenched his hands, and two halberds immediately appeared. He swung his arms, enveloped in demonic chi. Bang! Bang! The terrifying snake-shaped halberd and the sharp jade-colored arrow tore through the air and heavily collided with the two halberds. Soon after, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Tai Mo Lord frowned slightly. The halberds in his hands showed signs of cracking and becoming unstable under the attacks of the two halberds. However, Tai Mo Lord was the creator of the Tai Mo battle art after all. His usage of the Tai Mo battle art and Tai Mo battle chi was not something that Zhuowen could compare with. Shatter! Yi Wuxin bellowed out. The halberd shone with green light and turned into an extremely nimble green python. Its thick jaws bit down on the halberd, and with a crack, the halberd shattered. The huge python shot towards the Grand Fiend Lord's chest, aiming for his vital point. The Grand Devil Master let out a cold snort. He took a step forward and agilely dodged the python's attack. At the same time, he clenched his empty left hand, and another Grand Devil halberd appeared in his palm. He raised it above his head and suddenly swung it downwards, causing the green python to continuously withdraw. He swung his right hand, and the three jade-colored arrows on the other halberd were directly destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. In just an instant, Tai Mo Lord became embroiled in a great battle with Yi Wuxin and Azura Li Di. What was even more shocking was that Tai Mo Lord was a third-level Demon Emperor, but he was not at a disadvantage at all against a fourth-level Demon Emperor, and Azura Li Di, who was a peak fourth-level Demon Emperor. This caused many people to raise their eyebrows towards Tai Mo Lord. Not far away, Elder Huaxia frowned and muttered to himself, "This old fellow is the servant of that demonic youth. He's really strong." Moreover, he could faintly sense that the power displayed by the Grand Demon Lord made even him feel a little apprehensive. It was as if he was facing a superior existence. He had once felt this feeling from a high-level Great Emperor. Although it was a subtle feeling, he could still sense it with his keen senses. Swoosh, swoosh. Bai Yu, Chen Haixin, and Tian Juya arrived before Zhuowen the moment Tai Mo Lord clashed with Yi Wuxin and Azura Li Di. Among them, Bai Yu's eyes were filled with viciousness. He chuckled coldly. "Mo Wen, to think that you would have a day like this too. You really made me miserable back then. You actually used despicable methods to steal the heart of imperial power from me." Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and glanced at Bai Yu indifferently. He said indifferently, "You're saying that I used despicable methods to steal the heart of imperial power from you?" Zhuowen sneered when he reached there. Afterwards, he took out a heart of imperial power from his spirit ring and stared at Bai Yu provocatively. "Since you've said that, I'll give you a chance. The heart of imperial power is in my hands. You can take it from me at any time. This time, you can take it from me openly." Upon hearing these words, Bai Yu's expression changed slightly. At the same time, he noticed that Chen Haixin and Tian Juya were not in a hurry to deal with Zhuowen. This caused him to involuntarily curse in his heart. He was very clear about how strong Zhuowen of the demonic Tao was. In a one-on-one fight, he was absolutely no match for Zhuowen. Only by borrowing the strength of Chen Haixin and Tian Juya did he dare to take action against Zhuo, one of the demonic Tao. What? You don't dare to take it from me? You don't even dare to take it from me, a despicable person who used despicable methods to steal your heart of imperial power. You're pretty broad-minded, aren't you? Zhuo sneered as he held the heart of imperial power in his right hand. With that, Baiyu's face alternated between red and white. However, he still did not dare to take on Zhuo alone. It looks like you plan on working with Chen Haixin and Tian Juya to deal with me, right? Since you don't dare to face me alone, the three of you can come together, Zhuo said meaningfully. Humph, Island Masters, let's attack together and take down this child as soon as possible. Baiyu sternly shouted and said to Chen Haixin and Tian Juya, who were beside him. Chapter 1257. Breaking the enemy, let's attack together. Otherwise, something unexpected might happen. Chen Haixin and Tian Juya naturally did not oppose Baiyu's suggestion. Two terrifying emperor auras erupted and rushed towards Zhuo. Baiyu followed closely behind, holding the flowing feather halberd in his hand. Countless energy feathers revolved around his body like a whirlwind, looking extremely frightening. Chen Haixin held a black staff. The surface of the staff was like a rock, full of bumps and dents. It looked extremely unremarkable. However, the aura emitted from the surface of the stone staff was extremely powerful. It was as if Chen Haixin was not holding a staff, but a mountain. On the other hand, Tian Juya took out a heavy sword. The sword was several meters long and several feet wide. The pitch-black body of the sword seemed to give off a heavy feeling. If one looked closely, there were strands of black air waves lingering on the surface of the heavy sword. A viscous water vapor spurted out, causing the surrounding air to become extremely moist. Chen Haixin took out the mountain staff. That's a mid-rank emperor artifact. It can be considered as the treasure of the Sea Heart Island. Moyen and Baiyan said in astonishment. Tian Juya is also not bad. The black wave, heavy sword in his hand, is also extremely famous. Its power is also not weak. Elder Huaxia said indifferently, because Zhuo had changed his appearance. Elder Huaxia, Moyen, and Baiyan were unable to recognize him. In addition, demonic Dao Zhuowen's origin was mysterious. Naturally, the two of them would not lend a hand. They could only watch the show. Zhuo, who was standing behind Moyen, and Baiyan frowned slightly. His gaze first landed on the demonic Dao avatar in the distance. Soon after, he looked behind Master Mufeng. Just a moment ago, Master Mufeng was extremely eager for the fourth key in the demonic Dao avatar's hand. Yi Shiwen could feel the burning desire in Master Mufeng's eyes. He could not wait to snatch the key from Yi Shiwen's hand. However, Grandmaster Mufeng did not do so. Instead, he said some ambiguous words, after which Yi Wuxin took action. Zhuo Wen was very clear that if Grandmaster Mufeng had taken action, regardless of how powerful the demonic clone was, it would have been completely suppressed by him. However, Grandmaster Mufeng did not do so. At this moment, Master Mufeng was silently sitting cross-legged on the ground. His eyes narrowed. He did not pay attention to the battle between Yi Wuxin and the rest. Instead, his mind was wandering. What is Mufeng doing? Zhuo Wen increasingly felt that Grandmaster Mufeng was not ordinary. He frowned slightly because he could faintly feel that Grandmaster Mufeng's current state was as if he was communicating with someone through voice transmission. Let's go take a look. Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered as he approached Grandmaster Mufeng step by step. However, when he was about 5 meters away from Grandmaster Mufeng, a formless and transparent ripple spread out in all directions. A defensive barrier. When did you set it? When, feeling the obstruction in front of him, Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed. He could not help but stop his footsteps. He quietly looked at Mu Feng's figure, who was within the transparent barrier. Perhaps Master Mu Feng had sensed that someone had touched the barrier. Master Mu Feng's eyes slightly moved. Soon after, he slowly opened his eyes. Turning his head, he coldly stared at Zhuowen and said, "Zhuowen, what's the matter?" Seeing the cold light in Master Mu Feng's eyes, Zhuowen felt a chill in his heart. Soon after, he dryly laughed and said, "Just now, I was too engrossed in watching the battle. Therefore, I accidentally walked over. Master, I did not do it on purpose. However, what was Master Mu Feng doing just now?" Deeply looking at Zhuowen, Mu Feng suddenly laughed and said, "Yes, it's nothing. Just now, I had a slight comprehension. Therefore, I closed my eyes and tried to comprehend it. As for this barrier, it's just a habit of mine." Ha! With that, Mu Feng waved his sleeve and put away the invisible barrier in the surroundings. He calmly looked at the battle ahead. The Grand Demonic Lord was locked in battle with Yi Wuxin and Azura Lidi. Moreover, from the situation of the battle, although the Grand Demonic Lord was suppressed, there was still a certain gap between Yi Wuxin and Azura Lidi if they wanted to defeat the Grand Demonic Lord completely. As for Bai Yu, Qin Haixin, and Tian Jueya, an extremely terrifying shockwave erupted as soon as they came into contact with Zhuowen. The shockwave was extremely terrifying and powerful. It actually caused countless cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Gusts of wind appeared from the cracks. It was an extremely frightening sight. "Island Masters, we can't hold back any longer. Let's use our full strength and take him down." Bai Yu frowned slightly when he saw that the three of them were unable to take down Zhuowen. A trace of viciousness flashed through his eyes as he spoke to Qin Haixin and Tian Jueya. With regards to Bai Yu's commanding tone, Qin Haixin and Tian Jueya subconsciously furrowed their brows. However, Bai Yu was after all a genius from the inner academy of the Jiaxin Academy. Furthermore, he had the support of the powerful elder Huaxia. Hence, they did not dare to say anything. "Brother Qin, let's use our full strength to finish off this child." Tian Jueya suddenly turned his head and said to Qin Haixin, "That's right. Continuing to drag this out is not a solution. After all, the situation might change if we delay. We need to finish him off as soon as possible." Naturally, Qin Haixin would not reject Tian Jueya's suggestion. Taking a step forward, the long rod in his hand instantly expanded rapidly, extending from 10 feet to several hundred feet. Above the huge long rod, an illusionary image of a mountain that covered the sky appeared. Clearly, the illusionary image of the mountain should be Qin Haixin's armor soul. Mountain God's Descent. When Qin Haixin used his full strength, Tian Jueya and Bai Yu also used their strongest attacks. At the same time, they also used their armor souls to boost their fighting strength to the peak. Black Wave Gale. Falling Light Feather. At the instant when the huge mountain descended, a monstrous black wave gushed out from the void. Above the black wave, a violent hurricane swept out. At the same time, a huge light feather descended from the sky. 3 powerful attacks with different concepts came crashing down, forming a terrifying might that completely enveloped Zhuowen's tiny figure. The demonic paths, Zhuo, when slowly raised his head and looked at the mountain, the black waves, and the feather of light. Wild winds howled past, causing his strange black and red hair to wildly dance in the wind. A demonic intent rushed out from his eyes. His spine didn't bend because of the 3 terrifying attacks, but instead stood straight and straight like a pine or cypress, like a green bamboo, like a mountain peak that would never fall. Die. Bai Yu's eyes were filled with ruthlessness and joy. He did not believe that the demonic youth could withstand the joint attack of 3 Fourth Heaven Emperor realm experts. He felt that the demonic youth would definitely die, Zhuo, one of the demonic path, slowly drew out the demonic blade of slaughter. With a boom, a muffled, thunderous explosion sounded from within his body. Shortly after, he bent his right wrist and fiercely slashed out. Abstinence. Everything in the world, abstinence. Nothing is indefinite. The slaughtering demonic saber swept out, and a terrifying space ultimacy emanated from it. At the same time, two words slowly appeared in the void. They were the words abstinence and fix. The two words were like meteors and firmly blocked the three attacks. Hiss. A slight hissing sound came out. Shortly after, the three terrifying attacks were completely stopped in front of the two words. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. What? It's this move again. It actually managed to stop the combined attack of the three of us. Bai Yu, Qin Haixin, and Tian Juya looked at each other. They were able to see the shock in each other's eyes. The demonic Dao Zhuo, when's current move abstinence, had been used by him when he faced the leader of the demon soldiers. At that time, they were extremely afraid of this move. However, they did not pay much attention to it. But now, the abstinence move was able to stop the three illusory attacks. This made Bai Yu and the other two unable to remain calm. The moment he stopped the three attacks, Zhuo, one of diabolism, moved again. His feet suddenly stepped out, and a thunderous sound erupted in the air. Then, his figure flashed out like a ghost. Not good. This guy is starting to attack. Seeing Zhuowen, Bai Yu and the other two's faces changed drastically. Their emperor weapons were all stopped in the void by abstinence. Moreover, the three of them had just used their strongest attack and were at the point where their strength was exhausted. It would be difficult for them to withstand the attack. Die. Zhuo, one of the demonic Dao, arrived in front of the three in an instant. He spun the demonic slaughter blade in his hand and slashed out horizontally. The terrifying blade chi swept across the void, almost crossing the horizon as it ruthlessly pressed down on the three. Not good. Let's block it together. Bai Yu yelled out as he raised both of his hands. A surge of essence energy gushed out. Qin Haixin and Tian Juya did the same. The three of them formed a thick essence energy shield above them. Bang! The blade aura descended and slammed against the shield. Immediately, a dull explosion sounded. The shield shook violently and completely shattered into countless pieces. The blade aura did not decrease and continued to sink. Run! The three of them spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately separated. They retreated in three different directions. Zhuowen's eyes were sharp. He took a step forward and chased after Bai Yu. Damn it! Why is this guy chasing after me? Looking at the demonic path, Zhuo, when behind him, White Feather nearly cursed out in his heart. There were clearly three people, but this Zhuo, one had chosen him. How could he not be depressed? Bai Yu. Elder Huaxia's expression changed slightly. He had not expected that the 3 4th-level Emperor Realm cultivators would not be able to defeat the demonic youth. This guy's combat strength was a little too terrifying. Elder Huaxia, save me. Feeling Zhuowen behind him getting closer and closer, Bai Yu could not help but protrude his eyes. He could not care less about his pride, and hurriedly cried for help from Elder Huaxia. Chapter 1258. Strange black chirumble. White Feather fell to the ground. Demonic paths. Zhuowen raised his knees and fell from the sky. Finally, he landed in front of the hole where White Feather was. He stepped on White Feather's chest, causing White Feather, who was about to get up, to once again come into close contact with the ground. Bastard, you actually dare to touch a genius of our inner courtyard. I see that you've lost your patience. Elder Huaxia's eyes were cold. He took a step forward, and a terrifying emperor aura filled the entire space like a vast ocean, causing demonic Zhuowen's expression to change drastically. Elder Huaxia could be considered the strongest amongst the group. His cultivation had almost reached the peak of the Fifth Heaven Emperor realm and was extremely close to the Sixth Heaven Emperor realm. Regardless of whether it was Demon Emperor Yi Wuxin or Dean Moyan Baiyan, they were all extremely fearful and respectful of Elder Huaxia. Die! With a low roar, Elder Huaxia took a step forward, instantly arriving in front of Zhuowen. Yuan power poured out from his withered palm, causing the surrounding air to freeze. Feeling the terrifying aura from Elder Huaxia's palm, demonic Zhuowen's expression changed drastically. He grabbed the unlucky Baiyu with his right hand and said indifferently, "Baiyu is in my hands right now. Do you want him to die?" Sure enough, Elder Huaxia's footsteps came to a sudden halt. His eyes flickered, and his expression was extremely ugly. He said in a low voice, "You're too daring. Do you know that we're from the divine Netherrealm's auspicious god, Inner Courtyard? You dare to kidnap Baiyu? Are you tired of living?" Demonic Zhuowen coldly smiled and said, "All I know now is that if I let Baiyu go, I'm afraid that I won't be able to continue living. I'll give you a chance. Let Baiyu go and hand over the fourth key, and we won't pursue your actions just now. How about it?" Elder Huaxia's eyes flickered as he said indifferently. Demonic Zhuowen laughed. His gaze swept past Elder Huaxia and landed on Mufeng behind him. He said, "Is the fifth palace really the palace of the strongest expert of the Imperial region?" Mufeng's eyes flickered as he calmly replied, "Naturally. I have no reason to lie to you. According to my knowledge, Master Mufeng, this seems to be the first time you've entered the Emperor's tomb, right? Why do you know so much about the Emperor's tomb? Then, why are you so sure that the fifth palace is the palace of the strongest expert in the Imperial region?" Zhuowen of the Devil Dao stared fixedly at Mufeng as he voiced the doubts in his heart. All along, Mufeng had displayed that he knew the Emperor's tomb like the back of his hand. That was why, when Mufeng proposed to gather the 4 keys to open the fifth palace, he chose not to hand it over. That was because he did not trust Mufeng. With that, Elder Huaxia and the others returned to their senses. At the same time, Yi Wuxin and Azura Lidi stopped fighting the Grand Demon Lord and looked at Mufeng. When Zhuowen of the Demonic Path said this, they truly felt that something was wrong. Mufeng's display of foresight was truly strange. It was as if he had entered the Emperor's tomb a long time ago, and his understanding of this place was far greater than everyone else's. Ha ha! How laughable! I'm an Arcana Heavenly Master, and I have the ability to divine. It's not difficult for me to know a few key points. Are you saying that you suspect my intentions are impure? Then tell me, if my intentions were impure, would I have brought you to the core region? Master Mufeng's expression did not change. Once these words were spoken, the doubtful looks in the eyes of Huixia and the others immediately disappeared. What Mufeng had said was right. If he truly had an impure intention, he wouldn't have brought them to this palace world. After all, everyone had found quite a number of good things in this palace world. Those were indeed real benefits. Hand over the fourth key, and we can let bygones be bygones. Elder Huaxia returned to his senses and indifferently stared at Zhuowen of the Devil Dao. Standing behind Moyan and Baiyan, Zhuowen's main body, and Lu Hantian's expressions became somewhat unsightly. Now, it could be said that Zhuowen of the Devil Dao was riding a tiger and could not back down. Elder Huaxia alone gave the Devil Dao clone an extremely great sense of pressure, not to mention Yi Wuxin and the others who were still eyeing him covetously. "Zhuowen, what should we do?" Lu Hantian somewhat trembled with fear as he transmitted his voice. Zhuowen's main body's eyes flickered, and his mood sank to the bottom. Fortunately, he had Baiyu as a bargaining chip in his hand, so he could still negotiate with Elder Huaxia, Big Brother Hantian. If something really happens later, immediately take out the Yuan-Chi pagoda and enter it. Leave the rest to me. Zhuowen transmitted his voice back. Zhuowen, can you really do it? There are so many experts here. You, Lu Hantian, somewhat hesitantly said. Don't worry. I still have the Devil Dao clone. In addition to some of my trump cards, I still have some confidence. Zhuowen replied. Lu Hantian's eyes flickered. He also knew that Zhuowen was right. His main body's battle strength was already very terrifying, and in addition to the Devil Dao clone, Zhuowen's strength was much greater than his own. If they really fought, a third-layer Great Emperor like him would actually be a burden. Since that's the case, be careful when the time comes. Lu Hantian said very cautiously and no longer transmitted his voice. Instead, he silently watched the battle. At this moment, the atmosphere became extremely heavy. Elder Huaxia, Yi Wuxin, and Azura Lidi surrounded Zhuowen in a triangular formation. If it weren't for the fact that Zhuowen had Baiyu in his hand, the three of them would have already attacked. In the process of the deadlock, Zhuowen's main body suddenly transmitted his voice to Moyen, and Bai Yen, causing Moyen and Bai Yen, who were originally watching the battle, to raise their brows and deeply look at Zhuowen. Just a moment ago, Zhuowen had told Moyen and Bai Yen about the identity of the Devil Dao youth. He could feel that Moyen and Bai Yen didn't have any malice towards him. Even if it was the Devil Dao clone, he didn't see any malice from Moyen and Bai Yen. In addition to his relationship with Moyen Wushang, Zhuowen finally confessed to Moyen and Bai Yen because he needed the help of experts. With his current lineup, it would be difficult for him to face Mu Feng and the others. Zhuowen, are you suspecting that Grandmaster Mu Feng's intentions are not pure? Why are you so suspicious? Moyen and Bai Yen frowned and asked. It's just a kind of intuition. Although this intuition doesn't seem to be reliable, I still feel that there's something wrong with Grandmaster Mu Feng. Therefore, I don't plan to hand over the key to him. Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Moyen and Bai Yen frowned slightly. Grandmaster Mu Feng was the only heavenly arcanist master in the outer court. They were extremely respectful towards the latter. Now that Zhuowen was suspecting Grandmaster Mu Feng, Moyen and Bai Yen felt rather uncomfortable in their hearts. Zhuowen, let's not talk about this matter anymore. I won't leak our conversation. However, Grandmaster Mu Feng has contributed a lot to the outer court. I don't believe that he would harm us. Perhaps you're thinking too much. Moyen and Bai Yan's voice became somewhat uncomfortable. After they finished speaking, they ended the transmission with Zhuowen. Zhuowen's expression became extremely gloomy. It seemed that Grandmaster Mu Feng's prestige in the outer court was very high. Even Moyen and Bai Yen were completely leaning towards Grandmaster Mu Feng's side. However, Zhuowen also knew that his intuition was not persuasive. It was already extremely benevolent for Moyen and Bai Yen to not fall out with him on the spot. At this moment, Zhuowen of the demonic way was slowly retreating under the pressure of Elder Huaxia and the other two. He had almost retreated to the edge of the palace world. If he were to take another step back, he would have to face the Demoness and the thousands of demon soldiers in the outside world. Swoosh! The instant Zhuowen of the demonic way tightly knitted his brows, a piercing sound suddenly rushed over from outside the palace world. Soon after, it wildly howled behind him. An intense, ominous feeling rose in Zhuowen's heart. This ominous feeling shrouded his heart, causing him to tremble in fear. Not good, retreat quickly. With a low cry, Zhuowen of the demonic way suddenly turned around. Immediately, he saw a wisp of black chi violently rushing over from outside the palace world behind him like a black lightning bolt. In an instant, it arrived in front of him. Soon after, he discovered that the black chi was actually rushing towards the spot between his eyebrows. Damn it! What is this thing? Zhuowen of the demonic way angrily roared. Without any hesitation, he directly used Baiyu as a life-saving shield in front of him. The pitiful Baiyu felt the swift and fierce black chi rushing towards him. His eyes widened, and his body struggled like a fish out of water. However, he was unable to break free and could only helplessly watch as the wisp of black chi rushed towards the spot between his eyebrows. Ah! Baiyu let out a blood-curdling scream and immediately fell to the ground. Zhuowen of the demonic way's pupils shrank. He immediately threw Baiyu aside and fled in the other direction. The instant Zhuowen of the demonic way rushed out, Zhuowen of the demonic way took a step forward. Under everyone's astonished gazes, he followed closely behind. As for Lu Hantian, his eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. With a wave of his right hand, he summoned the Yuan Energy Pagoda. After entering the pagoda, he handed it over to Zhuowen of the demonic way. Demonic eye! Zhuowen of the demonic way roared. Immediately, Zhuowen of the demonic way turned into a demonic eye filled with surging demonic chi, and slipped into Zhuowen of the demonic way's forehead. At the same time, Zhuowen of the demonic way headed towards the spiritual elixir palace in the east. After all, the key to the spiritual elixir palace was in his hands. Naturally, he would hide in that palace. Baiyu, Elder Huaxia of the demonic way, suddenly took a step forward and arrived in front of Baiyu. At this moment, Baiyu's eyes were rolled up and a strange pitch-black light was faintly emitted from his eyes. White foam was coming out of his mouth, as if he was possessed by a demon. It was extremely strange. Trying to escape? It won't be that easy. Master Mu Feng's eyes flickered. With a wave of his sleeve, surging mental energy immediately rushed out. A formless and transparent light barrier rose dozens of meters in front of Zhuowen. This light barrier was extremely thick, as if it was made of the toughest metal. Boom! Zhuowen of the demonic ways head collided with the light barrier. His entire body was pushed back by the powerful impact. His expression instantly became extremely ugly as he stared intently at Master Mu Feng, who was not far away. Chapter 1259. Betrayal. That demonic Dao youth is your clone? Master Mu Feng slowly withdrew his sleeves as his indifferent gaze landed on Zhuowen. His gloomy voice slowly spread throughout the area. Yi Wuxin and Azura Lidi looked at Zhuowen in astonishment. They had clearly seen that demonic Dao youth had turned into a demonic eye and drilled into Zhuowen's forehead. Just as Master Mu Feng had said, that demonic Dao youth was very likely Zhuowen's clone. Zhuowen's cultivation is clearly only at the peak of the heavenly sovereign level, yet he actually possesses a demonic emperor clone. This is truly inconceivable. Yi Wuxin muttered in astonishment. Has this little bastard been treating us like monkeys all this time? Azura Lidi's expression was extremely ugly. He had suffered a great loss at the hands of that demonic Dao youth in the spiritual elixir hall. Therefore, he was extremely resentful towards that demonic Dao youth. Now that he knew that the demonic Dao avatar was actually Zhuowen's external incarnation, Azura Lidi immediately hated Zhuowen. Zhuowen slowly turned around and frowned as he looked at Master Mu Feng. He said in an indifferent voice, "You can say that. Didn't you say that you wouldn't force me to hand over the key? What do you mean by that?" Mu Feng sneered and said, "I indeed said that I wouldn't force you to do anything. However, you didn't know what was good for you and didn't show any mercy. You injured Bai Yu, Chen Haixin, and Tian Jueya. Since you were the first to be unkind, you naturally can't blame me for being unjust. Zhuowen laughed and sneered. I was the first to be unkind, so you're unjust. I'm afraid that you've already set up this restriction here, right? Don't you find it laughable that you're saying such words in front of me? No matter what you say, I'll give you a chance now. Hand over the key, and I'll let you off. Since you've already fallen into such a situation, you have no other choice. Master Mufeng said in an indifferent voice. Zhuowen frowned slightly as he stared at Mufeng. However, his attention was quickly attracted by Bai Yu, who was not far away. Bai Yu, what are you doing? Stop! A furious voice rang out. Soon after, everyone was stunned to discover that Elder Huaxia, who was originally beside Bai Yu, had a furious expression on his face. He took a step forward and explosively retreated. His gaze was unprecedentedly grave. When everyone's gazes landed on Elder Huaxia's body, all of them gasped. This was because they realized that Elder Huaxia's right hand had disappeared at some unknown point in time. Instead, it was replaced by a glistening wound. Moreover, there was a dark black gas lingering around the wound. The wound emitted a nauseating stench. At that moment, Elder Huaxia's entire body was trembling. His face was pale, but his gaze was fixed on Bai Yu. At that moment, Bai Yu's body was surrounded by a strange black aura. His eyes were pitch black and revealed a look of greed. He stared fixedly at Elder Huaxia, his mouth smacking as if he was chewing on something. Elder Huaxia's expression turned even uglier when he heard the chewing sound. He knew that Bai Yu was not chewing on anything else but his arm. Senior brother Bai Yu, Jiang Ying, Lan Ju, and the other 3 geniuses from the inner yard came to Elder Gray Pavilion's side. They frowned as they stared at Bai Yu, who was acting strangely. They were shocked. Bai Yu was too strange. He had torn off Elder Gray Pavilion's right arm and eaten it. Zhuowen, as well as Yi Wuxin and Azura Lidi, who were facing each other from a distance, were also attracted by the commotion. Immediately, they were stunned to discover the strange scene in front of them. The genius of the inner academy, Bai Yu, had actually taken advantage of Elder Huaxia's unpreparedness to tear off his right hand and eat it. This was really too strange. This white feather is strange. It seems to be possessed. Yi Wu Xian frowned and whispered in surprise. Although Azura Lidi did not say anything, one could tell from his expression that his thoughts were similar to Yi Wu Xian's. As for Zhuowen, his eyes narrowed as he stared at Bai Yu, who was shrouded in black qi. He knew why Bai Yu had become like this. Earlier, when he had retreated to the edge of the palace world, he had felt an ominous feeling. Soon after, he discovered a strand of black qi rushing in from outside the palace world. It instantly rushed towards his forehead. If he had not reacted quickly enough, the one who would have become like this would not be Bai Yu, but him. It's that strand of black qi again. Just what is it? Looking at Bai Yu, who had become extremely strange, Zhuowen became pensive. It was not the first time he had seen this strand of black qi. When Master Mufeng had destroyed the Soul Destruction Formation in the ravine, this strand of black qi had come out of the Soul Destruction Formation. However, it had disappeared very quickly. Now that he had seen it again, it had appeared in this way. Bai Yu twisted his head. The sound of bones grinding rang out. Then he revealed an evil smile. He stared at Elder Huaxia and laughed cruelly. Your reaction is fast enough. If you were a little slower, the right half of your body would have been devoured by me. Ha ha! The flesh of a peak 5th layer martial emperor is quite delicious. Elder Huaxia's face was filled with shock and anger. He shouted furiously, Just what are you? Where is Bai Yu? Are you talking about the owner of this body? His sea of consciousness has long since been erased by me. He is now my puppet." Having said that, his gaze fell on Juoen, who was not far away. He laughed coldly. "Originally, I wanted to take over this guy's body. However, this guy's reaction is quite fast. He actually dodged my attack. So, I reluctantly took over this body." Elder Huaxia's face was extremely ugly. From Baiyu's words, he could tell that the real Baiyu's consciousness had already been destroyed. There was something unknown in this body. Baiyu slowly walked towards Elder Huaxia. His eyes were filled with greed. It was obvious that after tasting Elder Huaxia's flesh, he wanted to devour Elder Huaxia completely. "Be my sacrifice. Help me return to my peak. I will let you enjoy supreme glory," Baiyu said indifferently. Baiyu spoke in an indifferent voice. Immediately, he took a step forward and endless black qi rushed out from his body. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Elder Huaxia. His right hand suddenly struck forward, and a strange and powerful aura spread, causing Elder Huaxia's expression to change drastically. Star-plucking hand. Without saying a word, Elder Huaxia's remaining left hand suddenly struck out. Instantly, terrifying star energy was exposed. Countless stars descended from the void behind him. It was as if these falling stars were welcoming Elder Huaxia's terrifying attack. Amidst the countless stars, Elder Huaxia's left hand turned into a jade-like stone. It flickered with a jade-like luster. Moreover, his left hand swelled to a size of several hundred feet. Surrounded by stars, the huge arm blasted towards the sky and heavily struck Baiyu. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the strange palm that was surrounded by black qi collided with the huge star-plucking hand. Immediately, an extremely terrifying explosion erupted between the two. An endless amount of explosive energy spread out from the two huge hands in the void, causing the surrounding space to collapse and shatter. Terrifying shockwaves spread out. Jiang Ying and the other three, who were originally standing behind Elder Huaxia, had a drastic change in their expressions. They took several steps back. Under the aftermath of the collision, the four of them involuntarily spat out mouthfuls of blood. Yi Wuxin and Azura Lidi, who were standing further away, were less affected. They only took a few steps back and solemnly stared at the two huge hands that had collided. Elder Huaxia was a powerful existence at the peak of the 5th level Emperor realm. He was even more powerful than Yi Wuxin, who was a 4th level demon emperor. But now, Baiyu, who had been possessed by an unknown creature, was actually able to match Elder Huaxia. This naturally caused the two of them to be extremely shocked. "Get lost!" Elder Huaxia roared. He took out a huge saber from his sleeve. The saber's handle was extremely lifelike. Moreover, there were countless shadows of ferocious tigers on the saber's surface. Tiger roars resounded from the saber as if it contained countless ferocious tigers. Tiger head, saber, descending saber. Jiang Ying and the other three looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock when they saw the huge saber that Elder Huaxia had taken out. They naturally knew that the huge saber was Elder Huaxia's natal emperor weapon. It was also a powerful middle-level emperor weapon. Its power was extremely terrifying. "With the descending saber in my hand, I shall destroy all demons in the world." Elder Huaxia waved his sleeve, and the large blade between his thumb and index finger shot out. It grew to a size of nearly 100 feet. The huge star-plucking hand that was hovering in the air suddenly reached out and grabbed the large blade between his thumb and index finger. Soon after, it slashed out. Instantly, countless images of ferocious tigers appeared in the air. Every one of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Break! The moment the countless shadows of ferocious tigers appeared, the power of the star-picking hand increased by several times. It immediately suppressed the huge hand that was surrounded by black gas. There were even signs of cracks appearing on the surface of the huge hand. Bayu took a few steps back. There was a trace of astonishment in his eyes. Elder Huaxia was very powerful. He was actually able to suppress his attack. Deng, 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 deng. Bayu took a few steps back again under the suppression of the huge saber and the star-picking hand. The huge hand that was surrounded by black gas was on the verge of collapse. It looked like it would shatter at any moment. So it's just a paper tiger. It looks good, but it's useless. Yi Wuxin, Azura Lidi, and the others didn't care too much about Bayu being suppressed by Elder Huaxia. They originally thought that the unknown creature that had taken over Bayu's body would be extremely powerful. However, it seemed like they had thought too much. Chapter 1260. Profound Scheming Ugh. Elder Huaxia suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His originally soaring aura immediately became sluggish. The imposing star-picking hand, which was wielding a large blade, directly froze in midair. The luster on its surface had also become much dimmer. Elder Huaxia blankly stared at the transparent halberd on his chest. His pupils shrunk to the size of needles, while his eyes were filled with disbelief. After spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Elder Huaxia muttered in a somewhat muffled voice, "Mental energy? Master Mufeng?" As he spoke, Elder Huaxi slowly turned around. His gaze was fixed on Master Mufeng, who was standing not too far away, with a smile on his face. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This unforeseen event had completely attracted everyone's attention. When everyone's gazes landed on the mental energy halberd on Elder Hun Xie's chest, the surrounding atmosphere froze. Soon after, their gazes landed on Grandmaster Mufeng's body. "Huaxia, I actually did not want to personally take action. However, your strength is really too strong. With your peak 5th level Emperor cultivation, you are sufficiently difficult to deal with among this batch of practitioners. Additionally, you want to deal with this lord in front of me. Therefore, I have no choice but to take action." Mufeng's indifferent voice resounded across the entire space. From the beginning, there was not much change in his eyes. They were cold, emotionless, and expressionless. Lord, Elder Huaxia's pupils shrunk. This Mufeng had actually addressed the unknown creature that had taken over Bayu as Lord. Clearly, Mufeng was acquainted with that unknown creature. Bang! Nearby, Bayu revealed a ferocious smile from the corners of his mouth. Taking a step forward, a frightening power rushed out and smashed into the star-plucking hand that was holding the large saber that was suspended in the air. The latter was directly shattered into countless pieces, while Bayu instantly arrived in front of Elder Huaxia. A fist suddenly smashed into the latter's chest. Ugh! Elder Huaxia spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and directly fell from midair. He heavily smashed onto the ground. Bayu did not show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. 1,000-pound weight suddenly smashed onto Elder Huaxia's body, causing the latter's injuries to worsen. Soon after, Bayu stepped on him. "Master Mufeng, what is the meaning of this?" Elder Huaxia is an elder of the Inner Academy. You, Moyan, and Baiyan's pupils shrunk. They involuntarily took a step forward. Their auras erupted as they attempted to rescue Elder Huaxia, who was being stepped on by Bayu. Mufeng looked indifferently at Moyan and Baiyan, who were rushing over, before forming a seal with his right hand. In an instant, the expression on Moyan and Baiyan's faces drastically changed. In the next instant, black chains started to appear on the surface of their bodies. The surface of these black chains were filled with annihilation power. This annihilation power completely sealed the power within Moyan and Baiyan's body. Bang! Moyan and Baiyan violently fell to the ground. Their expressions became extremely ugly as they looked at the black chains on their bodies. He was extremely familiar with this destructive energy. It was the aura of the origin crystal that Mu Feng had used to set up the 10-direction annihilation formation. Of what? Of my. The moment Moyan and Baiyan fell, Yi Wuxin, Azura Lidi, Chen Haixin, and Tian Juya had the exact same annihilation chains as Moyan and Baiyan, binding them firmly, making them unable to move at all. The origin crystal of the 10 directions annihilation formation. Yi Wuxin's demonic energy surged as he tried to break free from the chains. However, he was dismayed to find that the destructive power contained in the chains was too strong, making it difficult for him to break free. Even Yi Wuxin was unable to break free, let alone Azura, Li Di, Chen Haixin, and Tian Juya. After struggling for a while, the three of them completely gave up resisting. They knew that, with their current strength, it was basically impossible for them to break free from the chains that contained destruction. Father! Yi Yuqing came to Yi Wuxian's side, her eyes full of resentment. Yuqing, leave quickly. It's not good to stay here. Yi Wuxin anxiously transmitted to Yi Yuqing. Yi Yuqing's eyes flickered. He also understood that the current situation was not good. However, Yi Wuxin was his father after all. He was hesitant to abandon Yi Wuxin and escape alone. Escape? Why don't you just stay here and become my nutrients? Baiyu laughed and stepped out. In an instant, he arrived beside Yi Yuqing. His right hand, which was surrounded by rolling black gas, reached out like a ghost claw. Wherever it passed, there was the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. Retreat. Yi Yuqing's expression drastically changed as he retreated. However, his speed was still slower than Baiyu. Not long after he retreated, he was caught by the strange right hand. Get lost! Yi Yuqing's demonic energy surged as he tried to break free from Baiyu's right hand. However, his demonic energy was like a drop in the bucket compared to Baiyu's power. He was unable to break free from Baiyu's right hand. Kacha, a cruel smile appeared on Baiyu's face. His right hand suddenly exerted force. Instantly, Yi Yuqing's right hand was broken. Then his other hand reached out and broke Yi Yuqing's other hand as well. His method was extremely cruel. Yi Yuqing let out a blood-curdling scream. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. His hands drooped down powerlessly as he stared at Baiyu with eyes full of fear. A demon emperor whose true form is the jade-scaled snake. It's a pity that your bloodline is not very pure. You should be a bastard. It's a pity that you did not inherit the powerful bloodline of the jade-scaled snake. However, it's enough to be my snack. Baiyu muttered to himself. His right hand suddenly clasped onto Yi Yuqing's head. A strange black gas spread out and blasted into Yi Yuqing's body. Suddenly, Yi Yuqing let out a blood-curdling scream. His face was covered with a strange green and black color. The strange black gas spread out and enveloped Yi Yuqing. Soon, Yi Yuqing's figure was drowned by the black gas. Absorb, Baiyu said indifferently. Suddenly, the black gas in front of him was absorbed into his body. Yi Yuqing's figure seemed to have evaporated from the world and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Needless to say, Yi Yuqing should have been absorbed into Baiyu's body. Gulp. Looking at the strange scene in front of them, everyone's throat unconsciously trembled. What exactly was the creature in Baiyu's body? Yi Yuqing was a demon emperor. Although he was only a first-layer demon emperor, he was still swallowed by Baiyu. Everyone could not accept it. Bastard, you dare to kill my son? Yi Wuxin was stunned for a moment. Soon after, he let out a roar. He struggled madly. However, because the power of the annihilation chain was too strong, Yi Wuxin could only crawl slowly toward Bai Yu like a worm. "Old man, it's your turn soon. Why are you in such a hurry?" Bai Yu sneered and kicked Yi Wuxin more than 10 meters away. The latter spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and dispirited. After kicking Yi Wuxin away, Bai Yu did not stop. He directly shot towards Jiang Ying and the other 3 geniuses of the inner court and swallowed them all in the same way. Zhuowen, who stood at the edge of the restriction, silently watched this scene. A chill rose in his heart. Just what was that strand of black gas? Zhuowen was extremely puzzled. At the same time, he felt a sliver of fear. After swallowing Jiang Ying and the other 3, Bai Yu's gaze landed on Zhuowen and the Grand Demon Lord nearby. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Zhuowen's face immediately sank when he sensed Bai Yu's gaze. "Sir, Zhuowen possesses the complete river diagram formation. It's extremely important to us," Mu Feng suddenly said when he sensed the greed in Bai Yu's eyes. "Oh, it's actually the complete river diagram formation?" Bai Yu was stunned. He glanced at Zhuowen a little longer before chuckling. "Then I'll devour the old guy beside you." "Kiki," Bai Yu cackled and directly shot towards the Grand Demon Lord beside Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen was already prepared. He directly summoned the Yuan Qi Tower and sucked the Grand Demon Lord into it. Afterwards, he tossed the tower into his spirit ring and silently stared at Bai Yu. "You brat!" Bai Yu paused. Clearly, he had not expected Zhuowen to directly suck the Grand Demon Lord into the Yuan Qi Tower. As a result, he did not know whether to advance or retreat for a moment. At this moment, Zhuowen also felt rather fearful. Whether it was the unknown creature before him or Master Mu Feng, it really was rather difficult for him to deal with them with his current strength. However, from what Master Mu Feng had said earlier, he knew that the unknown creature seemed to require the complete river diagram formation on him. No wonder Master Mu Feng wanted me to cultivate the river diagram formation back then. Was it for today? Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he thought uncertainly. Swoosh! Mu Feng took a step forward and calmly stared at Zhuowen. "Zhuowen, you've seen the current situation. You have also seen the current situation. Although you have a third heaven demon emperor clone, it is simply a fool's dream if you want to contend against me and my lord. I will give you a choice, and I will spare your life." "Spare my life? Are you that kind?" Zhuowen sneered. Mu Feng had finally revealed his true face. However, he was curious as to what the unknown creature that had possessed Bai Yu was and why Mu Feng had called that fellow master. Also, Zhuowen was certain that the black qi that had come out of the soul-extinguishing formation back then was the black qi that had possessed Bai Yu. Mu Feng had probably lured everyone to the ravine and borrowed the strength of the 10 mid-level martial emperors to destroy the soul-extinguishing formation back then for a reason. All of this was probably for the sake of releasing that black qi, which was the master that Mu Feng had mentioned. Moreover, Master Mu Feng had tampered with the 10 yuan crystals of the 10-direction destruction formation. The destructive power within could be used to imprison the 10 mid-level martial emperors at a critical moment, making them completely at the mercy of others. Thinking back to everything that had happened earlier, Zhuowen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that from the moment they had entered the monarch tomb, Mu Feng had already schemed against everyone. However, what was Mu Feng's motive? Chapter 12, 61. Predicament. Haha. There is naturally a condition for sparing your life. That is, you must become my servant and obey my every command. Mu Feng said in an indifferent voice. Zhuowen sneered. "I'm really sorry. Zhuowen, would rather die than lose my freedom, let alone become your servant." Mufeng frowned slightly. Clearly, he was somewhat astonished by Zhuowen's unyielding character. However, he did not dare to kill Zhuowen. After all, the latter possessed the complete river diagram array. This item was far too useful to him. Therefore, he would not let Zhuowen die unless he had no other choice. Ha ha! This brat is itching for a beating. Let me properly teach him a lesson. I guarantee that he will be obedient. Mufeng was about to say something when Bai Yu, who was beside him, laughed strangely. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he looked at Zhuowen. Since Sir intends to personally teach this Zhuowen a lesson, this subordinate naturally has no objections. Mufeng nodded. Soon after, he took a step back and landed behind Bai Yu. There was no strange expression in his eyes. As Bai Yu slowly walked towards Zhuowen, Elder Huaxia, Moyan, Bai Yan, Yi Wuxin, Azura Lidi, and the rest, who were imprisoned on the spot, glared furiously at Mufeng. Among them, Elder Huaxia coughed and asked in a deep voice, Mufeng, why are you doing this? Elder Huaxia's injuries were extremely serious. His right arm had been swallowed by Bai Yu, while his chest had been pierced by Mufeng's mental energy halberd, causing nearly fatal injuries. If not for the fact that he was a peak 5th-level Emperor expert with an extremely powerful life force source within his body, it was likely that he would have already died. Moyan and Bai Yan also had complicated expressions as they said, Grandmaster Mufeng, you've been in our outer academy for dozens of years. You've also made many contributions to the outer academy. Why are you doing such a foolish thing today? Mufeng suddenly started to laugh. He glanced at Bai Yan and Mo Yan in a somewhat laughable manner. A pitiful expression was present within his eyes as he said, Bai Yan, I have to say that you're truly somewhat muddle-headed. I can clearly tell you that my main objective for entering your outer academy was this Emperor's tomb. Now that the Emperor's tomb has been opened, my objective has been achieved. Also, don't treat me as someone from your Jiashen Academy, because I am one of the 10 Azure Dragon Envoys of the Blue Dragon Hall, Maple Azure Dragon Envoy. The goal of the Blue Dragon Hall's Azure Dragon Envoy is the Emperor's tomb in the Sea of Bitterness. Moyan and Bai Yan were startled, or it could be said that they did not dare to believe Mufeng's words. Mufeng had stayed in the outer court for nearly 100 years and had contributed a lot to the outer court. Therefore, everyone in the outer court was filled with reverence and gratitude towards Mufeng. Even Dean Mo Yan and Bai Yan had such feelings in their hearts. However, Mufeng's words had completely caused Moyan and Bai Yan's mood to sink to the bottom. Mufeng had entered the outer court for nearly 100 years, and his main objective was actually the Emperor's tomb in the Sea of Bitterness. It was likely that the contributions he had made to the outer court in the past were to obtain the trust of Moyan and Bai Yan, as well as the outer court. Of course, I will also destroy your outer court while I'm at it. Once we get out of the Sea of Bitterness, your excellent God Island will no longer need to exist. There's also the 20% Ice Flame Sacred Symbol's source energy within the Yuan Qi Tower. I will definitely obtain that thing. At this moment, Mo Yan, Bai Yan, and the others had already become fish on the chopping board. Mufeng did not conceal anything and directly revealed all of his objectives. That was because, from his point of view, everything was within his control. By revealing all of this, Mo Yan, Bai Yan, and the others would not be able to do anything to him. Bastard! Moyan and Bai Yan cursed in a low voice. At the same time, they recalled the sound transmission Zhuowen had sent to them. At that time, Zhuowen had already suspected that Mufeng might have ill intentions. However, Moyan and Bai Yan did not take it to heart. In fact, due to Zhuowen's suspicion, they felt somewhat unhappy in their hearts. However, after Mufeng had revealed his true colors, A sliver of guilt rose in their hearts. If they had known earlier, they would have listened to Zhuowen's suggestion. Perhaps they would not have ended up in such a situation. When he thought of Zhuowen, his gaze landed on Bai Yu and Zhuowen, who were not far away. In his heart, he hoped that Zhuowen would be able to escape from the evil clutches of Bai Yu and Mu Feng. Damn it! Mu Feng, you've been scheming against us since the beginning, using us as tools. Yi Wuxin crazily roared. Mu Feng smiled slightly and said, "What else do you think? Yi Wuxin, I still admire you. In the past, you've always been the first to stand up for me. You've even become my lackey for a period of time. From the looks of it, you should be very suitable to become my lackey. If you submit to me, I can consider sparing your life." "Bullshit! Don't even think about it," Yi Wuxin roared. The death of Yi Yuqing was a huge blow to him. Right now, he was like a mad dog that had lost all reason. He wished that Grandmaster Mu Feng would die. However, it was a pity that this was only his wishful thinking. Not to mention killing Mu Feng. The current him did not even have the qualifications to touch Mu Feng. If you don't want to be my lackey, then forget it. When the time comes, you can properly accompany your son. Mu Feng coldly laughed. He no longer paid attention to Yi Wuxin, who had already lost all reason. Instead, his gaze landed on Zhuowen and Bai Yu. Brat! Bai Yu's current strength should be around the 5th level of the martial emperor realm. Furthermore, his battle prowess is even stronger than ordinary 5th level martial emperors. You should be careful. Xiao Hei's solemn voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind, causing him to nod his head. Although Zhuowen was rather fearful of this unknown life form in front of him, he was not overly fearful of it. What he was most fearful of was Mu Feng. Mu Feng was an Arcana Heavenly Master, and not an ordinary one at that. In addition, he had many tricks up his sleeve. Even if he used all his tricks, it was unlikely that he would be Mu Feng's opponent. Of course, Zhuowen had also heard Mu Feng's words just now. Mu Feng had admitted that he was one of the 10 great Azure Dragon envoys of the Blue Dragon Hall, Mu Feng. At the same time, he also thought of the mysterious Arcana Heavenly Master from the Azure Xian Empire. He could not help but blurt out, "Are you the blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master from the Azure Xian Empire?" Mu Feng was taken aback. Soon after, he smiled and said, "You're very smart. That blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master is me. Previously, I said that we would meet again. Haven't we met again?" Zhuowen's face darkened as he coldly said, "You've really hidden yourself well. What's your purpose in entering the Emperor's tomb this time? Also, what exactly is this fellow?" It's best that you don't know my purpose. However, don't you think that you're being a little too rude by speaking to my lord in such a manner?" Mu Feng coldly laughed. Boom. At this moment, Bai Yu also made his move. His expression was somewhat cold as he said indifferently, "You dare to call me this fellow in front of me? I think you're tired of living. Although I can't kill you, I can still cripple you." Feeling the terrifying killing intent from Bai Yu, Zhuowen's face darkened. Instantly, a demonic eye appeared in the middle of his brows. His entire body transformed into a demonic body. At this moment, the demonic body formed by fusing his human body with the demonic eye was even more terrifying than a demonic avatar. After all, the combination of two bodies was naturally much stronger than a single avatar. Morning Treasure Seal. Zhuowen formed a seal with his right hand. Instantly, a huge morning character appeared in the void. A sorrowful aura gushed out. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on Bai Yu's body, causing his strength to show signs of weakening. 7 Emotions Treasure Seal. Bai Yu slightly knitted his brows. With a cold snort, a strange black aura burst out. Instantly, The sorrowful aura was dispelled by him. His originally suppressed strength was restored once again. Furthermore, it was even stronger than before as it continued to shoot towards Zhuowen. Oh, the morning treasure seal is actually unable to suppress it. Looking at Baiyu, who was completely unaffected, Zhuowen slightly knitted his brows. Soon after, he changed his seal once again. He released the Love Treasure Seal and the Fury Treasure Seal in succession. The two words love and fury appeared in the void. These two words revolved around Zhuowen's body, greatly increasing the strength of his entire body, causing his strength to rise to another level. Kill. After using the two amplification treasures, Zhuowen pulled out the slaughtering devil blade and rushed towards Baiyu without any fear. Bang, bang, bang. The two instantly collided. Surging demonic aura and the strange black aura intertwined with each other. Frightening might radiated in all directions, causing the entire palace world to tremble. Oh, the strength of Zhuowen's demonic body is much stronger than before. Is it because it has fused with his original body? Is it because of the Fury Treasure Seal and the Love Treasure Seal? Staring at the soul-stirring battle in the sky, Mu Feng's eyes sparkled as he muttered in a somewhat astonished manner. Similarly, Mo Yen, Bai Yen, Elder Huaxia, Yi Wuxin, and the rest of the 6 people who were tied up by Mu Feng were also watching this battle. Hope and hope were present in their eyes, as they hoped that Zhuowen would be able to create a miracle and defeat Baiyu and Mu Feng to rescue them. Naturally, they also knew that such hope was extremely unrealistic. Without talking about Mu Feng, just Baiyu, who was possessed by an unknown life form, would not be so easy to defeat. Life destruction, chaotic mundane world, life abstinence seal. Floating in the sky, Zhuowen's hair fluttered wildly as demonic clouds blotted the skies. With a twist of his wrist, he unleashed the first 3 moves of the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique in a single breath. In the next instant, the void split apart as a frightening gigantic blade shadow appeared. A mundane world concept pervaded the surroundings of the blade shadow. This mundane world concept was sufficient to cause any person with a weak will to fall into the mundane world. After the blade shadow appeared, the 2 large words abstinence and seal appeared. As these 2 words appeared, they sealed the surrounding space in a radius of several dozen feet. Even the air was sealed, causing it to be unable to move. Baiyu's expression turned slightly sluggish. Under the influence of the life abstinence seal, his body came to a standstill in the air. At the same time, the mundane world concept followed closely behind, causing his eyes to turn blurry. Finally, the gigantic blade shadow formed by the life destruction seal came flying over. The frightening blade shadow appeared to be able to split the heavens and earth apart as it instantly pierced through Baiyu's forehead. Puff! In an instant, Baiyu did not even have the chance to let out a snort before his entire body exploded into a bloody mist under the frightening combined attack of the 3 great moves. Blood rained down from the sky, seemingly forming a blood-red pool on the ground, causing it to appear extremely strange and frightening. Chapter 1262. Sacrifice. The instant Baiyu's body crumbled, a wisp of black qi shot out from within his body. A flustered and exasperated voice was emitted from the black qi. Bastard, you actually destroyed the physical body that I had just snatched. You deserve to die. The voice of the black qi was extremely malevolent and evil. Through the wisp of black qi, Zhuowen was able to see a strange human figure within the black qi. Is it really the unknown life form that appeared in the black cloud above the gorge? Zhuowen's gaze hardened as he muttered to himself in a low and deep voice. Do you, who have lost your physical body, have the qualifications to say that I deserve to die? Zhuowen replied in an indifferent manner. Taking a step forward, frightening demonic chi descended from the sky like a dark cloud, appearing extremely frightening. When the originally hooting black chi saw Zhuowen rushing over without a second word, its voice immediately turned sluggish. With a sharp hiss, it immediately fled towards the back. However, Zhuowen was like a maggot attached to a bone, tightly sticking to the wisp of black chi, causing the black chi to involuntarily curse out loud. However, just as Zhuowen was about to approach the wisp of black chi, a frightening mental energy blocked in front of Zhuowen like a city wall, causing Zhuowen's forward momentum to come to a halt. Slowly turning his head, Zhuowen's gaze was eerily cold as he stared at Grandmaster Mufeng, who was a short distance away. Without saying anything, he immediately retreated. The fighting strength displayed by the combination of a human body and a demonic body was indeed frightening. However, it was still insufficient in the face of Grandmaster Mufeng. Therefore, he immediately retreated. Swoosh! The black chi retreated behind Grandmaster Mufeng and coldly said, "Mufeng, capture this brat for me." The physical body that I had just chosen was actually destroyed by this brat. Truly hateful. Grandmaster Mufeng nodded his head and replied, "Rest assured, Grandmaster, this Zhuowen will not be able to escape. However, I hope that Grandmaster will not forget about the matter that you have promised me. Don't worry, I'll tell you where that old fart is. As long as you help me recover, I'll immediately snatch that old fart's inheritance for you," the black gas said calmly. Hearing his words, Mufeng nodded his head. With a wave of his sleeve, countless mental energy storms rushed out from his body. With a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas, they rushed towards Zhuowen. At the same time, Mufeng formed a seal with both of his hands, before 9 green yuan crystals shot out from his body. Dazzling green light rose, as the 9 yuan crystals arranged themselves in a peculiar pattern and trajectory, before finally transforming into a gigantic green python. Zhuowen's gaze was rather gloomy as he looked at the countless green pythons rushing over from the spiritual storm. His slaughtering demonic blade suddenly blasted out, and billowing demonic aura surged out. In an instant, he had used the 3 great moves: destruction of life, chaotic mortal dust, and birth control. However, to Zhuowen's astonishment, the 3 moves released together were completely unable to do anything to the giant green python surrounded by countless spiritual storms. Bang! The giant green python bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Opening its bloody mouth, waves of fishy stench swept out, causing people to feel nauseous. Looking at the giant green python that was just inches away from him, Zhuowen swung his hand out. Countless blade lights shot out, appearing to blossom into blood-colored flowers in the void, blossoming with a blood-colored brilliance. Bang, bang, bang! The giant green python smashed against the blade lights, causing explosive sounds to erupt. Zhuowen's face slightly contorted, as he felt that he wasn't facing a giant python at this moment. Instead, he felt that he wasn't facing a giant python, but an insurmountable mountain. The heavy pressure that came crushing down caused his right hand to feel numb, while the webbing between his thumb and forefinger seemed to have split apart. Ultimate everlasting sword formations, sword fire mystery. Upon sensing the frightening might of the giant green python, Zhuowen did not hesitate to unleash his ultimate everlasting sword formation. In an instant, countless sword lights transformed into flames that blotted the skies. Descending from the horizon, they smashed against the giant green python's body. Roar! With a roar, the giant green python swung its gigantic tail. In an instant, the countless sword fire in the surroundings were extinguished by it. At the same time, it swung its gigantic tail, once again, heavily smashing against Zhuowen's body. This caused Zhuowen's face to contort greatly. Raising his demonic slaughtering blade, he blocked in front of him. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zhuowen continuously retreated. His right hand, which was holding onto the demonic slaughtering blade, was trembling slightly. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger had split open, causing cherry-red blood to flow out. It's useless. In front of an arcane heavenly master, a triple demon emperor is simply not enough. Mu Feng spoke out in an indifferent tone before waving his sleeve. Instantly, the giant green python shot out once again, wrapping itself around Zhuowen. The gigantic body of the snake contained boundless might, causing Zhuowen, who had been entangled, to be unable to break free. Right now, you still have some use. It's better for you to obediently stay by my side. Taking a step forward, Mu Feng formed a seal with his right hand before tapping on the space between Zhuowen's eyebrows. In an instant, a sealing power gushed out, causing a strange imprint to appear between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Waves of sealing power spread out from the imprint, covering Zhuowen's entire body, causing him to be unable to move at all. After imprisoning Zhuowen, Mu Feng withdrew his sleeve, causing the giant green python to turn back into 9 yuan crystals, which he kept into his spiritual ring. Looking at the imprisoned Zhuowen, Mo Yen and Bai Yen let out a low sigh, while their eyes were filled with sadness. They knew that it would be difficult for their group to escape from Mu Feng's grasp. However, what exactly was Mu Feng going to do next? Mu Feng retrieved the 4th key from Zhuowen's body. Ignoring Zhuowen and the rest, he walked towards the 5th palace, minding his own business. "My lord, can we begin?" Mu Feng turned his head to look at the wisp of black aura and said, "TSK, TSK. Since we've obtained the 4 keys, we can naturally begin. That old bastard has trapped this lord's body for thousands of years. It's time for him to be released." A pair of scarlet eyes appeared from within the black aura, while desire and greed blossomed within them. Upon hearing the words spoken by the black aura, the eyes of the imprisoned Zhuowen narrowed slightly. From the content of its words, it seemed that the 5th palace wasn't the resting palace of the strongest expert in the imperial region, but a sealed palace. What was sealed within was the true body of the black aura. Exactly what kind of existence was this black aura? Mu Feng nodded his head. With a wave of his hand, the 4 keys appeared before him, while a green glow wrapped around the 4 keys. Within the green glow, the 4 keys continued to move closer to each other, before finally fusing together, forming a strange-looking object. The appearance of this object appeared to be some kind of strange beast, yet also resembled some kind of insect. It was quite similar to the strange human figure that had appeared in the air above the gorge. "Open it." Mu Feng received the object formed by the fusion of the 4 keys, before pressing it into the groove on the door of the 5th palace. Creak, creak, the sound of gears turning rang out, before the entire palace started to slowly tremble. Finally, the ancient door of the palace slowly opened. Bang! At the instant when the door of the palace opened, endless black aura erupted from within. In an instant, the originally resplendent and magnificent palace was completely covered by black aura. Furthermore, the black aura continued to increase, seemingly forming a gigantic black cloud in the air above the palace. Rumble! At the instant when the black cloud was formed, the 5th palace started to crumble and fall. Zhuowen was shocked to see a strange human figure that was several thousand feet in size continuously struggling within the black cloud, while continuously roaring and howling. Clang, clang, clang. Strange sounds continued to ring out. Only at this moment did Zhuowen notice that the gigantic human figure was actually wrapped in densely packed chains. The surface of the chains were covered with runes that flowed with brilliance. Every time the strange human figure moved, The runes on the surface of the chains would erupt with extremely blazing brilliance. Gigantic sealing power radiated out, causing the struggling human figure to tremble. Brat, listen to my instructions later. Once the seal is undone, Mufong and the rest will be most relaxed. This dragon, Lord, will help you break free from the seal. At that time, you should immediately flee. The further the better. All of a sudden, Xiao He, who had not spoken much in Lin Dong's mind, suddenly opened her mouth and spoke. Zhuan gawked. Soon after, he asked in a somewhat puzzled manner, Xiao He, exactly what is sealed inside? Xiao He was silent for a moment, before suddenly sighing softly, It's a type of calamity. I never imagined that such a thing would actually exist inside. No wonder the sovereign region was destroyed overnight. It's likely that it was all thanks to this thing. Brat, I'm afraid that the entire Bitter Sea is about to face an unprecedented calamity. In the face of such a calamity, the only thing you can do is to flee. Calamity? Zhuan frowned slightly. Xiao He's explanation was ambiguous and did not explain exactly what this strange human figure was. Could it be that there was something that was difficult to mention? There's still a great sealing formation within the seal. Looking at the strange human figure that was bound by countless chains, Mu Feng frowned slightly as he muttered to himself in astonishment. Back then, that old bastard was extremely cautious. He was simply not at ease with my main body. However, after so many years, the power of this great sealing formation has decreased greatly with the passage of time. If we use a blood sacrifice, we can break this great sealing formation, said the Black Chi indifferently. Mu Feng nodded. However, his gaze landed on Mo Yen, Bai Yen, Elder Huaxia, Yi Wuxin, Azura Lidi, Chen Haixin, and Tian Jueya. He said, 6 mid-level emperors should be enough as sacrifices, right? The Black Chi nodded and said, It's enough. Go and place the 6 of them in 6 different positions within the palace. I will command my main body to sacrifice them and break the sealing formation. As it spoke, the Black Chi transformed into a puff of green smoke before shooting towards the black clouds above the palace. Very quickly, it disappeared within the black clouds. Mu Feng's eyes flickered as he shot an indifferent glance at Zhuan, who was nearby. After discovering that the latter was obediently standing where he was, Mu Feng waved his sleeve. Mental energy gushed out, transforming into 6 large hands. Soon after, he took large strides towards the palace. Bastard, Mu Feng, you're a human at the very least. You're actually in cahoots with a monster. Now, you're even treating him as a lackey. Do you have any sense of shame? Yi Wuxin cursed loudly. The faces of the other 5 were extremely ugly, while their eyes were filled with fury. This was especially so when they heard that Mu Feng was planning to use the 6 of them as sacrifices. The 6 of them were both shocked and furious. Chapter 1263. 9 Dragons Formation. All of you really speak a lot of nonsense. Mu Feng was expressionless. With a wave of his right hand, he took the lead and threw Chen Haixin and Tian Jueya, who were cursing endlessly, into the black cloud in front of him. 2 miserable screams rang out before Chen Haixin and Tian Jueya were completely swallowed by the churning black cloud without any signs of life left. Upon seeing this scene, the heart of Yi Wuxin, who was originally shouting the loudest, turned cold before he completely stopped talking. His gaze was filled with fear as he stared at Mu Feng. He could clearly sense that the life auras of Chen Haixin and Tian Jueya were gradually dissipating after being thrown into the black cloud. Bang! Not long after Chen Haixin and Tian Jueya were swallowed by the black cloud, the aura of the entire black cloud had become much more frightening. The strange human figure hidden within the black cloud roared towards the sky. Its strength multiplied and it actually began to struggle free of the black chains on its body. Clanging sounds continued to ring out, resounding across the entire area. Still not enough. Again, a roar rang out from within the black clouds. The owner of the roar was that strand of black gas. Mufong nodded his head. With a wave of his sleeve, he grabbed Azura standing ground and threw him into the black clouds without the slightest bit of politeness. Naturally, Azura standing ground started to curse loudly. However, it was completely useless, as Mufong simply ignored his curses. In an instant, the Azura standing ground was swallowed by the black cloud, causing miserable screams to continuously ring out. Zhuowen was even able to see the struggling body of the Azura standing ground within the black cloud. The strength of this Azura standing ground was much stronger than Chen Haixin and Tian Jueya. Therefore, it was able to struggle for a long time within the black cloud before it was refined by the black cloud. Clang! After the Azura standing ground strength was refined, the black cloud immediately churned. The aura of the strange human figure was much more frightening than before. Immediately, the chains on its hands shattered. However, there were truly too many chains on its body. They were densely packed together, causing it to appear exceedingly complicated and strange. Not enough, Mufong muttered to himself. Immediately, his gaze landed on Yi Wuxin, causing the latter to feel a chill in his heart. He cried out in a low voice, "I'll be your dog. Spare my life." He was a demon monarch and had cultivated to the fourth heaven demon monarch realm. It could be said that he had gone through untold hardships. Naturally, he was unwilling to die like this. Moreover, he was going to become someone's sacrifice. Such a way of dying was too humiliating. However, Mufong laughed coldly and said, "I'm sorry, but it's too late for you to say that now. I don't need a lackey anymore. It's better for you to become my lord's nourishment." After saying that, Mufong ignored Yi Wuxin and gave him a kick. The latter was kicked straight into the black clouds, causing miserable shrieks to continuously ring out. Yi Wuxin's strength was above Azura Lidi. Therefore, the time required for this refinement was naturally longer than Azura Lidi. During this period of time, Elder Huaxia, whose aura was dispirited, shot a glance at Moyen and Baiyan, who were also suffering from the same fate. With a soft sigh, he transmitted a message to them, causing Moyen and Baiyan, whose eyes were drooping, to widen. Their gazes were filled with astonishment as they looked at Elder Huaxia. Finally, after the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yi Wuxin was completely refined by the black cloud. He had also broken free from the chains on the legs of the strange human figure. However, the most important chains on his body were the ones around his head and waist. This was especially true for the chains around his head. They seemed to have firmly locked the neck of the strange human figure, causing him to have extreme difficulty even shaking his head. There are still two parts left. Mufong glanced indifferently at the human figure within the black cloud. Immediately, he turned his head around and stared at Moyen, Baiyan, and Elder Huaxia behind him. Parting his mouth, he smiled and said, "It's your turn. The strength that the two of you have sacrificed should be sufficient to allow the Lord to completely break free." Mufong waved his sleeve as he spoke. The powerful mental energy within his Naiwen palace circulated, transforming into a large hand that grabbed towards Moyen, Baiyan, and Elder Huaxia. However, the instant the large mental energy hand approached the two of them, Elder Huaxia let out a loud cry. The aura on his body actually soared by several times at an extremely fast speed. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the annihilation strength that had been shackled on Elder Huaxia's body was actually destroyed by the strength that had suddenly erupted from him. At the same time, This strength spread out like an ocean, causing the large mental energy hand that had originally smashed over to suddenly stop in midair. Break. Elder Huaxia let out a low cry, causing the large mental energy hand to directly shatter. At the same time, Elder Huaxia extended his right hand and landed it on Moyen and Baiyan, causing the annihilation strength that had been shackling on the latter's body to directly scatter. Baiyan, hurry up and leave. Escape from this palace world first. Also, this is my identity badge. Bring it back to the inner academy and find the peak master of the sky capital peak, Old Man Tiandu. Inform him of what has happened here. Old Man Tiandu will not sit idly by. Elder Huaxia let out a low cry towards Moyen and Baiyan. Moyen and Baiyan looked at Elder Huaxia in front of them as a trace of sadness appeared in their eyes. They knew that Elder Huaxia should have used some kind of secret technique to forcefully increase his strength. Furthermore, although the aura on Elder Huaxia's body was extremely terrifying, they could sense that Elder Huaxia's life aura was gradually weakening. Very clearly, the price of this secret technique to increase one's strength should be one's life. Elder Huaxia was using his life as the price to forcefully increase his strength. Oh, how did this old fellow's strength increase so much all of a sudden? He's almost at the peak of the 6th level Emperor realm. After the giant mental energy hand was destroyed, Mu Feng retreated dozens of steps in the air. His eyes narrowed as he looked down at Elder Huaxia, whose aura had soared. His expression was somewhat ugly. However, he was able to guess that Elder Huaxia should have used some kind of secret technique that required a hefty price. That was why his aura had soared. Let's see where you can run to. The two of you won't be able to escape. Mu Feng quickly noticed Moyen and Baiyan, who were trying to escape. He couldn't help but roar furiously. He waved his sleeve and took out another 9 pieces of origin crystals. The terrifying green python from before appeared once again and rushed towards Moyen and Baiyan. Boom! However, just as the giant cyan python was about to approach Moyen and Baiyan, Elder Huaxia roared angrily and directly used the star-picking hand. Countless stars revolved around the huge star-picking hand, and an earth-shattering might came crushing down from the giant hand. At this moment, Elder Huaxia, who had forcefully pushed his aura to the peak of the 6th level Emperor realm, used the star-picking hand that was many times stronger than before. As he waved his hand casually, the surrounding space completely shattered like broken glass. Boom! The powerful star-picking hand grabbed the huge cyan python that was rushing towards Moyen and Baiyan. Soon after, he fiercely threw the huge cyan python onto the ground. A muffled trembling sound accompanied by the python's wail resounded across the flat ground. Swoosh! Moyen and Baiyan only turned their heads to take a glance before they continued to rush towards the edge of the palace world. Zhuowen, let me help you release the seal on your body. Moyen and Baiyan instantly arrived in front of Zhuowen. His right hand formed a sword finger, and Yuan power erupted like a white sword radiance. He fiercely pointed it at Zhuowen's forehead. Bang! What caused Moyen and Baiyan to be stunned was that the imprint in between Zhuowen's eyebrows actually emitted an extremely terrifying and powerful power that directly repelled his sword finger. Moyen and Baiyan retreated a few steps and were somewhat stunned. Xiaohei, help me break the seal. The moment Moyen and Baiyan were repelled, Zhuowen shouted in a low voice. Immediately, Xiaohei, who was in the depths of his sea of consciousness, suddenly waved its little claws. A terrifying black light swept out, and with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas, it suddenly broke open the mark between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Dean, let's leave quickly. At the instant when he broke the seal, Zhuowen loudly shouted at the stunned Moyen and Baiyan beside him. Then, he directly fled towards the edge of the palace world behind him. Moyen and Bayan quickly reacted and followed closely behind Zhuowen. Although they were extremely puzzled as to how Zhuowen was able to break the seals set up by Mu Feng, escaping with their lives was more important now. How could they care about such things? What? How did this Zhuowen break out of my imprisonment? At this moment, Mu Feng, who was originally facing Elder Huaxia, trembled. He looked at the back of Zhuowen, who had regained his freedom, with disbelief. I can't let that brat escape. Grandmaster Mu Feng coldly snorted. He took a step forward and gave up on Elder Huaxia in front of him as he chased after Zhuowen. Zhuowen possessed the complete river diagram array, which was related to his objective this time. It was also an extremely crucial item. He absolutely could not let Zhuowen escape. Mu Feng, it won't be that easy to chase after Bayan and Zhuowen. Elder Huaxia fiercely roared from behind. He pressed down with his right hand, and the terrifying star-plucking palm descended from the sky. It rumbled as it pressed down on Mu Feng's back. At the same time, Elder Huaxia appeared in front of Mu Feng like a ghost and blocked his path. I think that you're courting death. Mu Feng, who had originally had a calm expression on his face, immediately turned malevolent, while his eyes were filled with towering rage. Zhuowen was far too important to him. However, this Elder Huaxia had chosen to block his path. How could he not be furious? In fact, it was even hard for him to maintain his calm expression. 9 Dragons formation, Huaxia. Since you dare to block me, I'll let you die. Mu Feng roared out in anger. With a flick of his finger, countless specks of light shot out from his spiritual ring. If one were to observe them carefully, they would discover that these specks of light were, in fact, yuan crystals. A total of 99 yuan crystals shot out from his spiritual ring. In the air, they streaked through the air in a strange trajectory before finally transforming into 9 gigantic dragons of gigantic sizes. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded throughout the entire palace world. Amidst the rolling dragon roar, the huge palace world began to tremble violently. Bang! Under the suppression of the 9 giant dragons, the terrifying star-plucking palm was actually unable to endure for even a quarter of an hour under the 9 dragons formation before it collapsed inch by inch. Puff! Elder Huaxia fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood, while his expression became dispirited and listless. Even his hair had started to turn white, making him appear as though he had aged by 50 years. Obediently roll in for me.